stop dancing. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we have been secretly, seriously obsessed with our like little brand video for this event. I think I've watched it like a million times.
Same. I was driving back from getting groceries yesterday, Sophie, and I was like, we were like, in the car. Like, I just couldn't handle it.
It's awesome. So if you are watching us live, say hi in the comments. Let us know that you can see us okay, that you can hear us okay. And we are excited to get this party started. For the people in the audience that maybe does not know us yet, you will, because we tend to create those lasting impressions in a very weird, right? Cheryl is rocking the Christmas theme for sure. So hi, my name is Sophie Riley. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the platform, The VIP Hub. I am a summit nerd, list building obsessed, automation queen. I mean, my husband sort of calls me lazy, but we're gonna call this efficient today.
Efficient. Oh my goodness, yeah. That's not a word I would use to describe you.
Efficient or lazy?
Lazy, definitely that one. Hi, and I'm Cheryl. I use they, them pronouns. If you mess it up, that's okay. I will correct you politely and we will move on. I moonlight as a really awful drag performer, but I am so good with words and I love helping people tell their stories and taking the stress out of marketing and content branding and all of the things. I accidentally created a job for myself by helping Sophie with her stuff, and now I'm here and I'm so excited.
Yeah, Cheryl is like the genius. So I am French, and you'll hear that in every single biography I will when I announce the speakers, and I apologize in advance. So I am French, and I use that as an excuse, if I'm being completely honest, to not be able to put words to paper. And I write like a 5th grader at the most. So there's really this magical thing that happens when you send a voice message to Cheryl, and they magically just create seriously eye-catching content that sounds and feels like you, that I would have not been able to even think about. So it's seriously epic.
Oh, now I'm all embarrassed. Thank you.
So while we wait for our first speaker to show up in, the behind the scene here, let me know what is happening with you and your business this year. Are you just dipping your toes? Are you just, feeling how it is to be an entrepreneur? Do you feel like maybe you've been in the space for a long time? But running in circle like a head with no chicken, like a chicken.
That was really close. I'm proud of you. Chicken with their head cut off. You were going there. Right word picture, wrong sentence order. This is why we're a good team. So yes, right? That was me last year. Oh gosh, it's been more than a year now. Anyway, before I found Sophie in the VIP Hub, she didn't know I was going to say this, so this is not a paid endorsement. Before I found Sophie in the VIP Hub, I was stringing everything together all over the place. But even though I can figure things out because I'm smart, I'm not actually tech savvy. Everyone thinks I am, but they don't see how long it takes me behind the scenes to figure it out. And then Sophie was working on, like, they were just building and had like the beta testers for the VIP Hub. And I got in there and I was like, oh my gosh, it's all in one place. There's videos to help me when I get stuck. And my business went from more me going out than coming in to I have 2 successful businesses hosted in the VIP Hub. And it's so incredible. Rebecca says, I'm feeling like I have been trying to get a business up and running for a long time. I'm thinking and hoping that this summit will change that, looking forward to success. That is our dream for putting this together. Oh my goodness. It's just like all the questions that I'm getting as a content writer, all the questions that Sophie was getting as a service provider, realized there was a massive disconnect, but that we knew so many people who are experts in this stuff. So it's like, hey, do you want to do like a pregame, like when you're about to go to the club when you're 20, except for business and for grown-ups?
I love that. Yeah, and there's something really magical when you put your lead generation, right? So this is when you bring people to you in a way that is more aligned with you and your business. And that is the key to actually having a big audience without burning out, without feeling weird, and without having to dance on reels unless you really want to. Okay, you all need to go see our Instagram and see the dance off of Cheryl. But my point is that we tend to throw ourselves into whatever seems to be working for other people, and we're like, okay, well, it wasn't perfect. I'm going to change my strategy. But then I'm going to do this one. It wasn't perfect. I'm going to change my strategy, and then we change and we change. We have like this squirrel moment, this shiny object moment where we never actually take the time to improve our strategy or to find the strategy that makes us want to puke a little less, right? Like that. I'm not like you're never gonna go into the entrepreneur world and be like, oh my gosh, I feel so comfortable here and this is so easy. There's always gonna be some discomfort, but which one feels more like you? Which one feels like you could really take the time to learn and to master? And that is the key to having a really big audience and to start working less and less time. But when you take those lead generation strategies and you add that epic copy and nurturing aspect to it, that's when your business sort of takes an entire new shape. It's almost like a magical unicorn. This is what I feel like. This was really like a huge breakthrough for me, is when I was able to use my seriously epic lead generation strategies. And honestly, you just need one. You don't need 15. You need one.
One is actually better when you're getting started.
Yes, with epic copy that sells. I mean, we are going to talk a lot about lead generation today. We're going to talk a lot about copywriting in all sorts of places into your business. But if you think of copywriting, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It is everywhere. Your website, your freebie, your social media, your podcast, I'm out of ideas, but you don't get
it, right?
So
like a lot of people are like, the difference between content and copywriting is something that once unlocked really helps your brain, because we think, oh, I got to make content. And what we're actually struggling with is the copy, which is the words. Okay. People like me, I asked Sophie, I was seriously undercharging myself because of how my brain works. Everyone has different skills, and some of us are really, really good at stuff, and some of us are, it's like hard. Like, don't ask me to fix anything ever. It will be worse than when you gave it to me. But that's why my wife is super handy. But when it comes to words, I just like, these will be available for replay for the folks in the VIP, right? Right, Soph?
So you will be able to catch the replay of this live show, which is right on the page, with all of the gifts and the interviews for the next 3 days. So you will be able to watch and watch again.
Which is wonderful, because if you're like me, you like to listen first and then watch again and take notes so that you can like absorb and like make your own thoughts and feelings and ideas and stuff. And we both talk really fast, and I don't know about our speakers if they talk fast or not, but my coach says I'll talk fast and you listen slow, and that's what replays are for, and I absolutely love it. The other thing I do want to point everyone to is, although I won't be talking specifically about nurture sequences today and welcome sequences today, if you check out our pre-recorded interviews, Liz Wilcox has a step-by-step welcome sequence, which I didn't realize until recording that interview that I pretty much pooped the bed on. So I was like, why aren't I converting any sales? Because if you were like me for a long time, the only time I was sending out emails was when I had an announcement or I was in a launch. And that makes me as a customer, if you think about it the other way, feel like I'm a dollar sign instead of someone the person whose mailing list I'm on cares about. So it was really, really cool. I love her. And it was like friggin' 90s nostalgia. But I really, really recommend, if you don't have time to watch all of the videos and you have the free pass, first of all, upgrade to VIP. This is like, we could have charged a ton of money for this and we didn't, because we want you to be successful in 2023. But go watch that video. If you can't afford $27 for whatever reason, go make sure you watch the nurture sequence video and get that freebie. I was also not paid to say that. There's so much value. I'm blown away by the speakers that responded, and this close to a holiday. And like, the heart of it is everyone just wants the folks attending to succeed. There are 8 billion people in the world. There is not a shortage of customers. There is not a shortage of audience. People just want to work with you and your personality. Okay, so it looks like one of our first speakers is here.
Yay!
I am gonna read her bio. I'm very excited. I went and stalked this human on the interwebs leading up to the summit, and I'm just gonna let you know that it's like ties right into what we're doing today. LaKisha Mosley, I really hope I said your name right. If not, please make fun of me when you pop on here. LaKisha Mosley is the owner of the LM Experience, an event planning and management firm that now offers event coaching. You are so needed. I live in a city where everyone thinks they're an event planner. And then they're like, how hard can it be? Oh, friends. So I'm not going to read your entire bio because we're only on here for 20 minutes, but you've been doing this for a decade, which congratulations on your completion. You don't look like you've been doing this for a decade. Yeah, let us know a little bit about you and what you do, and we're just having like a fun hangout with friends style conversation.
I love this. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. This is super, super exciting, and especially to get folks ready for 2023.
Yeah, I feel like the last 3 years can be flushed down the toilet, and we can just go forward.
Yes, like I'm so over it, for real. But yes, I'm LaKisha Mosley. I am an event producer and now the digital event strategist for the LM Experience. And so this year, Cheryl, I actually pivoted my business again. I was over the clients. And so now I want to help people in this space do events and do them properly, do them the right way, because I see so much out there. I'm like, why? Just why?
I hear you. Part of the reason I developed the skills that I have is I'm the person who people call like 3 days before their event, and they're like, my volunteers aren't showing up. This happened and this happened and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, give me a list. I'm coming over. And I'm just like, and I feel like we have the same heart for that.
Yes.
And people think that planning an event is easier than it is. So if someone is coming to you, hopefully before they're stressed out,
right?
Where would they start? Like, what, it's not the idea. The idea isn't.
No. And I think that's where people get it mixed up, Cheryl. That's where they really feel like, okay, I have this idea. What is your purpose, number one, of why you want to do this event? Is it for leads? Is it to make money? Is it to launch, a program or a service that you have? Like, what is your purpose? And then decide you just gonna freaking do it. And let's go with it. What we waiting for?
Go! Okay, so full disclosure, I'm not reading the pre-submitted questions. I'm too fancy for that. So what is like the most common, maybe like 1 or 2 mistakes that folks are making, either in like the online events, because that's the way that the future has headed and is heading, and like in-person events? What are is there a difference, or are the mistakes very similar?
No, it's absolutely a difference. Being only in the digital space for 2 years and then, in person for 8. What people tend to do in the in-person is they do not prepare their guest or their audience for what is going to take place. And people talk about the digital space of the uncertainty, but there's a lot of uncertainty in person. So if you don't give me the proper details for what I am coming to or what I am attending, then sometimes I could get jaded about what your message is or even what your event is about. So I think sometimes that the marketing piece of it is not fully done. We feel like, oh, we're going to post an event, people just going to show up. Nah, boo. You need to prepare your folks.
Yeah.
You need to prepare your folks for your event. And you also need to have a contingency on what ifs. People don't plan out the what ifs to, and I'm not saying we need to harbor that, Cheryl. By no means should we harbor there. However, we do need to have a strategy of, well, what if this happens? Because I've walked into venue spaces, girlfriend, ain't nothing done. It's 4 hours to the event. The hotel staff had people call in, and it's COVID now, y'all. So stuff happens at the last minute. So it's like having a plan. I think in the digital space, we don't, again, prepare for the what ifs, but I also feel like we launch without a purpose. What is the purpose of your online event? You just want to throw an online event just because you can, but there's no real purpose behind it. So those are the common mistakes I've seen.
Okay, so how can we as business owners find the purpose of our event? Because I think people do have it, but it's in their subconscious. Like for this event, the purpose of this event was to help people who are where I was 12 months ago. Right? That's the purpose. Is like you have the skills, you have the experience. Maybe you're not quite confident in how to deliver it, and there's so many options that you're like, oh, what strategy do I need? Well, if you know what your purpose is, you know which strategies won't fit, and it's very similar to like the event.
Absolutely. I think I totally agree with you. I don't feel like people do it to not do it, just to do it. I do feel like people have a purpose, but I think you have to really think about what it is. What is the outcome that you want? Yes. What is it that you want at the end of this? Is it that you want to build your email list? I've seen people do that. Do you want to launch a new product, a new service? Apple does it all the time. I mean, listen, Apple's been doing online events for ever.
Since they got, rights to the internet. Okay, they don't have rights to the internet. I'm just being.
But I get what you're saying.
Tell them I said that.
But I get what you're saying. Like the purpose is to launch a new product. The purpose is to launch a new service that's going to be in the Apple family. So what is it at the end of this event that you want? What do you want people to either walk away with? What is it that you want to gain as well? Because I think sometimes too, Cheryl, we forget to be selfish when it comes to these events. We're to serve our audience, and yes, we are to serve our people. But at the end of the day, what's in it for you? Because
at the end of the day, we're still business owners, and I still have a mortgage to pay, and I still have a student loan. So
yes.
I still gotta make leads and connections.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, that's why some of them don't work. So definitely, what's in it for you?
Exactly. And the clarity. You had talked about clarity, and I find that in email marketing and content creation and copywriting and in event planning, this is the thing that is we're so afraid to offend people that we're not clear. And if we're confused and not clear, our audience is confused and not clear. So I went to a lovely in-person event last week. It was amazing. It was incredible. A lot of us had never been there before. It was like 50-50 split of people who had been to the event by the event planner before and people who hadn't. And those of us who hadn't spent a large amount of the time going, what are we doing now? And so we were taken out of the purpose of the event, which was networking and holding one another up and like getting to know other businesses and stuff, because we were like, are we allowed to eat right now? Like, I don't know what's happening.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. And it didn't change like the quality of connections that we had, but maybe the amount and whether or not I would go back to that specific event.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, clarity is very, very important. And I feel like in either space, either online or in person, if I'm going to put on clothes and leave my house to come to your event, I need to know why the hell I'm there and what's going on. And I'm not saying to always have this rigid agenda, but there needs to be some form of an agenda that people know what's going on. Some of us may need to dip out. Like I was at an event a couple of weekends ago where a few times I had to dip out, and I knew when I needed to dip out to make phone calls or stuff like that because there was sort of a fluid agenda, a schedule. But you have to prepare your people, let them know why they are there, but also what's going to be happening there so that they're prepared for it.
Absolutely. And my favorite thing when someone's running an in-person or an online event is to just like take a minute at the beginning when you welcome folks in and say, hey, if you need to leave the room at any time, please just go. We're all grown-ups here. Everyone's going to think the best of you. No one's going to think that you like don't like us and you're leaving and stuff. And it like takes, and like maybe you don't like us, but if that's the case, please take a swag bag and don't come back, you know, like whatever. But we forget that our brains revert back to like we're little kids when we're in an uncomfortable environment, whether that's online or whatever. And so like how many people watching remember when someone was like 5 more minutes when you were a kid, and then 10 minutes later it would be lunchtime because you needed that preparation. And we need to cue our audience members the same way. I absolutely love that you're here. Can you tell us a little bit about your free gift?
Yes. So what I thought about probably a couple of months ago was people were coming to me like, hey, do you have a checklist for if you want to launch something? Because I had started my messaging saying, hey, Apple launches with an event. Why aren't you? Like, use online events as a purpose for your business. It really should be a business strategy. And so I actually came up with this launch toolkit. And I don't know, I just go in the lab and just create stuff, and I create stuff that works for me. So this is the actual toolkit that I use in my business.
Wow,
when
that's
someone
very
comes to
helpful.
me, yes, when someone comes to me and says, hey, I want you to help me with an online event that launched my new coaching program or whatever. So it has like a social media schedule. It has a marketing schedule. They are not the same. Repeat, they are not the same.
Social media is part of marketing, but is not marketing.
Thank you.
Only 2% of people see your posts. We'll cover that later.
Yes, thank you for saying that. So some people may say, well, why do you have a marketing strategy and a social media strategy? There is a difference. Okay. There's a difference between those two. There's a difference. And then I also have like some templates in there as well. So there's some really cute templates for you to use for speakers and also for attendees, because you want attendees to know that you're there. That they're there. You want them to tell their audience and their tribe that they're there. Because sometimes that's how I find events is, oh, I see Cheryl's going. Let me go check that out. So we have some really cool stuff in there.
Oh, okay. So we'll fix that. We'll make sure the link is fixed. This is part of live, is that you don't get to test everything ahead of time. We have like 50 links. And
I can imagine.
I do not. I love all of you, but I did not have time to click them all.
Yes, definitely. I'll double check mine, because sometimes
we probably had a typo or a space.
Yes,
or
I will definitely. I will make sure you get it, Rebecca. Like, totally make sure all of y'all get it, because I definitely want you to have
the landing page for the event. If you're clicking through and you're having any issues, just let us know. You can email me at admin@CherylFollandGuidance.com, or just pop into the Facebook group or comment on YouTube's and we'll fix it for you. YouTube.
Yes, I will definitely get it.
Who am I? Okay.
Yes, I will definitely get it fixed. I apologize, y'all. I'm sorry.
It's too late to apologize. Okay, just kidding.
Right?
Every single time someone says I apologize, I'm like, it's too late. Okay, so I was just looking Okay, so it says that you have experiences specializing in engaging your audience. Can you tell me like an engagement fail and an engagement win?
Oh my gosh. So fail is going to always be on Zoom. I hate Zoom. I talk about Zoom like a dog. I hate Zoom. It is not somewhere that you want to have an online event. If you can, if you can possibly avoid it, let me just say that. Because I know people be, their allegiance to Zoom, like whatever.
It's the only thing they know how to use, so I get it.
I get that. But if you want to draw people in, listen, we was on Zoom for 2 years. Don't nobody want to come there no more. We're not trying to come there no more. We had school and everything else there. But I will tell you a lot when I first started pivoting over and helping people, a lot of our fails were in Zoom. Zoom let people just bust in, they screaming and cursing, in your live.
Yeah, we had some. I run LGBTQ events. We had some moments. I won't say what they were, but some memes were made afterwards.
I just don't understand, Cheryl. Like, why do people do that?
Why are people? This is literally. We're here to help you have people be less people-y in your business.
Yes. I've had people on Zoom, they just bust in, they cursing out their kids and all kind of stuff. It's just been a fail. Breakout rooms, not working, those kind of things. So I always steer my clients away from Zoom. Anywhere where the guests can like unmute, clear themselves. Like, nah, let's not do that. However, I love engaging with different things, polls, surveys, word clouds. Those things are engaging. I've had virtual DJs on. We've had happy hours where guests were mailed.
Yes.
Happy
Sophie, make a note. LaKisha is helping us with our next event.
I got y'all. Y'all my girls. Like, we locked in. So definitely reach out to your girl. And I've also had where lunch or dinner has been delivered. We use Grubhub corporate accounts or Uber Eats corporate accounts, DoorDash. Your guests are wild when they're like, oh, I got this $15 gift, this credit to be able to use. It's a game changer for your event because nobody else has probably thought about it.
Than Google Ads.
Please tell people that. Can we talk to the people in the back?
Google is like, we've given you a $600 credit. And then you read it, but you have to spend $600. Who do you think you are? And that is a mortgage payment.
Thank you. I'm like, who got that? Because if I got that,
the likes in the Facebook are off the hook. People are feeling it. Okay, so what's a win? So the food thing is a win. Physical gifts is a win.
Yes. Physical gifts are always, but also engaging with your people in a way that feels authentic. And we get that twisted, just like how we're on here now. And I can see Rebecca. Hi, Rebecca. I'm so glad you're here. What questions do you have for us? Oh, my girl, Rebecca, she is the bomb. Oh, Sophie. Oh, Cheryl. Like, to me, people love acknowledgement. I don't know about y'all. I like to be acknowledged. Call me by my first name all day long. In there. And especially if it's like an influencer or something that's at this event, be engaging with your people in the chat or some kind of way. I want people to understand, Cheryl, just like how y'all did this, your event begins the moment you post it. It don't begin when we hit the camera, we hit go live. It starts the moment you put up a flyer that says, hey, Pre-Gain Summit 2023. That's when it starts. So you need to start engaging your people then. Start shouting out people, share their post in your stories. It's like, come on, y'all.
Plan to never post and ghost.
Why do people do that? I just want to know.
I don't know. People do that because they're afraid that no one's going to engage, but then you create this self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes.
How many of you haven't seen a friend you really, really love's post until like 4 days after because you weren't tagged in it? My favorite thing that has happened in the Facebook group space specifically is the @everyone thing that you can do once a day, because it helps you, like you said, engage your audience. And the people who want to be involved will respond, and the people who don't just won't. And it's beautiful.
Right. And you eliminate those people. And I hate to say it like that, because everybody won't mesh with your event per se, or the premise behind it. But you get to know who are your people. And I don't care if you singing a lullaby, they come.
Oh, I will. You know it.
Okay.
I'm wearing a hideous Christmas sweater that was part of a drag costume I wore last year for a show I wrote. I am always a little bit extra. I go the extra mile, and I go the extra joke. I'm just going to ask everyone watching, if you have any questions. We have LaKisha here for a few more minutes before our next speaker comes on. And I want to give space to the people who are here to get to know you. So I know there's 3 people watching on Facebook right now, but there's like almost 20 people watching on YouTube. So I've seen 3 of you comment, and 17 of you are being wallflowers. This is a safe space.
Yes.
You only get made fun of if you give us consent. So
right. Yes. Oh, and Rebecca, try that link. It should be working now. It was Flow Dash, y'all. My bad. It was me. It was me. But it's fixed now.
We'll just cue the Taylor Swift. Me, I'm the problem. It's me. Okay, so I took that song while we're waiting for a question to roll in. I took that song when it first came out, and I have cats. So every time I post a cat reel, I get lots of engagement, and then no one buys my stuff because it has nothing to do with cats. Weird. So I posted this reel, and it's just my face, and it's that song. I don't say anything. I just zoom into my face, and it's like, when your engagement drops from 1,100 to 12 because you didn't post any cat reels. And now that reel is almost my most popular one, because every pet parent, yay, the link's working now. Woo!
Yes.
Every pet parent everywhere was like, I feel this. I feel this in my soul.
Right. Definitely. Yeah.
I have a question. So if we're not using Zoom for an online event, this is the first time I've used Restreams. This is Sophie's account. I've used StreamYard before, which is like the discount Walmart version of Restream, for anyone who's wondering. What is your favorite or few favorite online platforms, if you had to pick
StreamYard.
Yes.
I absolutely love StreamYard. I was on there from the very beginning. Now I have access to what's called On Air, which I'm so glad they finally got. So now I ain't got to be sending folks to my YouTube page. You can stay right on StreamYard and view my event. I love it because I can brand the tickers and all of those different things. So StreamYard is always going to be one of my absolute favorites to be able to use.
And even the free one is very good, friends. If you are worried about paying for a service and not knowing how to use it yet, the free version of StreamYard is better than the free version of Zoom.
Yes.
I'm like phenomenally better. You can still use so many of the features. In a couple of weeks, if not this week, you can record now on the free one. They'll save videos. They said it's coming, but I don't know when. But yeah.
Oh, well, that'll be great then. Yes.
Yeah,
definitely.
and you can still have, like, even on the free one, you can have like up to 50 people or something attending an event. So
yes, it's definitely a great one. One of my other favorites is Buzzit, which I actually use StreamYard to buzz it. So Buzzit, I like when we talk about engaging your audience before your event, you're able to actually do that in Buzzit. Once you go and set up your event page, you have your speaker profiles, you can have sponsor profiles, and then your attendees create their profiles, and you can actually start the conversation before your event. So I always use that one for my mental health summit, because I want the conversation to start kind of early to get people kind of comfortable with, who's this girl talking about mental health? You know, so they can really get acclimated and get comfortable with it. So those are like my 2 favorites. And of course, YouTube. You know, YouTube, you can't go wrong.
YouTube is the OG. Like, YouTube was out there before I got Facebook. So, and y'all, I've had Facebook since 2004. You're welcome. Some rando college student send me an invite when I was in high school, and I've had Facebook that long. And YouTube has been around longer than that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's searchable.
So I had a question and I lost it. Does anyone have a question in the comments? It's early for half of us. Like I'm not sure where you are, but it's 8:30 in the morning at my house.
Oh, I'm in Houston, so it's 10.
Oh, is there a code to get the free gift? Or should it just work?
No, there's probably a code because this is normally for sale, but I'm giving it to my peoples.
Okay, we will get you that code. Thank you so much. It's probably lost in mine and Sophie's deep, dark inbox of doom.
I'm going to look it up now.
For you.
Yeah, let me look it up now while we wait for some more questions. So no big deal. Look, I know how to move
I felt like the one thing that we have touched around but didn't specifically go into is audience engagement leading up to an event being equally, if not more important than engagement at the event. Because when folks are at the event, they're like, oh, I'm here. It's the event. We're all excited. There's likes going everywhere. Engagement up to the event. What does that look like, or what can that look like?
So it really starts with, we talk about the marketing piece of it. It really starts with the marketing of it, but it also starts with you pulling out different things that you see. So for instance, Rebecca, her name's it's just there. She's vibrant. She's active. So if she's sharing the event, you're going to share her stuff. You're going to talk about her and how she's engaging. You may even ask her to, drop you a testimonial or say something about why she's coming to the event. You find ways to engage your people early on. Virtual photo booths are an excellent way to start engagement. People love them. The key is I ain't standing in line at no in-person event waiting. Have you ever been in line at an in-person event waiting for the photo booth? It's torture. Like waiting.
Yeah, I'm like, I have a cell phone. This is stupid.
Right.
I mean, those little photos are super cute, but also I have a cell phone.
Yes. So
what is a virtual photo booth? Please explain.
So a virtual photo booth is where you actually go into, quote unquote, this virtual space. It's a link. You drop a link, or you have a platform that you go to. One that I use is called Simple Booth. You go there. It has all the backgrounds. You can change the backgrounds. You can add the little GIFs to it. You can add like little banners to it. And you're literally taking a picture on your computer right here or on your phone just to be able to add to, this attendee, the host. I guess you could say like their bunch of pictures that they have. Because every time I do it, people love it. They absolutely love the virtual photo booth, but it's just another way to engage people, just like you would do in person. It's the same technology. To me, it's just a little bit better because you can add the filters.
That sounds really, really fun. It looks like our next speaker is a little bit behind, or their internet is out. Who friggin' knows? I live in Canada and it was so windy. Like 2 days ago, I live on a tiny little island on the west coast and it was so windy and like 4,000 people near me lost power, and I was like, you better effing not.
Right. Yeah. So I just dropped the code. It's pre-game. So
the
Rebecca,
code is pre-game. I will put it in the Facebook book. I speak good English. It's fine. I also have a degree in English and writing, and yet sometimes when I try to make words with my mouth, I forget what order the muscles go in, and it's like a whole vibe.
Yes.
Gonna rewatch, take notes, these new apps I have never heard of. Okay, so I have a challenge for folks watching. If somebody goes through all the videos over the next 3 days and writes down all of the favorite tools and posts it inside of the Facebook group, okay? I will give you 3 free pages of copywriting.
Whoop, y'all better take that.
Whoever does it first wins. Pre-game doesn't work. What?
Wait, hold on.
In the words of Cheryl Lien, what the gay? I'm allowed to say that. I have a wife.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Oh, I love it. See,
you my Judy people. Garland's Fresh Hell.
You are my people because
as soon as I saw you, like the way that you promote the people who you are collaborating with and the way that you authentically champion everyone, look, I'm gonna make you cry. This is what I do for my other living. Made me want to be your friend. It made me want to connect. I was like, rude. Why was I sick when this person was getting interviewed? It says coupon not found. Okay, we will figure out what's going on with the internet gremlin. Okay.
Yeah, I just tried it through an incognito window.
Oh, and incognito. Why is that a thing? Mm-hmm. Why can't Google just get their shit together and let people have nice
and
things?
Sometimes it's just, so I just open it in, because it's my account. So of course I was like, well, if I try it on my end, of course it's gonna work. So that's why I opened another window to go in and see, and it's working fine on.
Weird.
Yeah.
Do you have any last piece of advice to give us, or an encouragement, or something hilarious before we welcome Sophie back?
I just want to say, do your event. Like, if that's what you want to do, make it happen. It doesn't have to be perfect. Look at how much trouble we've had with this freaking code and all of these things. Y'all being gracious. Just do it. Just actually get out there and do it. Look, COVID took enough of our time. We're not giving it no more power. We just gonna do the damn thing and get it done.
Yep, exactly. It was just like, well, this is part of being a human being working with computers that have a mind of their own. We're gonna roll with it and make sure everyone gets the things they need to get, even if we do it like it's 1994 and I email everyone the document. It will work. You will get what you have prepared for you. Okay. Exactly. Thank you so much for being here today. You are definitely going on our list of favorite people to have at events. And when we do our VIP Hub appreciation event that we haven't invented yet, we will be chatting with you.
Please don't leave me out. I want to be a part. Okay. Don't leave me out.
Thank you so much.
This was seriously awesome. Thanks so much for coming on. I was in the back and I was like, yep. Yep. So that was seriously epic. I mean, we could talk for hours here, but thank you so much for coming on.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
All right,
Sophie. That was absolute fire. And
did you learn something new?
I mean, I always do, and I love the tech, so I will be looking at all of the other apps that were mentioned during that interview. LaKisha, if you're listening and you have affiliated link, please feel free to drop them in the comments for us to check out.
Yeah, absolutely. We are pro affiliate links around here.
I mean, that photo booth thing just has me really, really excited because I love when things are a little bit outside the box. I feel like we're going to have a conversation because we have a speaker that might be running a little bit late about the ability to think outside the box. Yes. Now, I understand that maybe some of you have invested a lot of money in coaching. Beautiful thing. But I want to empower every single person watching to ask questions before they sign up to the program and to still be empowered to use their creativity. And what I mean by that is that sometimes, just sometimes, coaches are stuck in their box. This is what works for me. That's beautiful. That is amazing. And thank you for sharing. Amazing. But that does not mean that your creativity has to be in a box. For me, I have big dreams. Cheryl knows that. I don't do anything small. I have
no,
big
you
goals,
don't.
big
Sometimes I have
dreams.
to say, calm down, one thing at a time, Sophie.
Yeah, I have problems. But if I was not able to still, like, if my creativity was not welcome, or I didn't have the balls to say, you know what, I understand that your program says to do XYZ, but I'm going to do it this way, I wouldn't own my own platform. I wouldn't have created a system that saves 60 hours on a summit. I wouldn't be where I am today and have the success that I have today if I was put in a box.
Yeah, and if you were like, oh, this is the way the industry does it, so I have to do it. No, why? If it doesn't feel like, there's a difference between feeling like a beginner and something not being a fit for you. So if you hate email marketing, you have a couple of options. You can hire someone to do it for you. You can automate. That's what Sophie does. Or you can look at yourself and be like, is it that I don't like email marketing? Or is it that I'm subscribed to a bunch of businesses that I don't love, and so I hate getting their emails? Because I hate getting emails. Like, Friday almost made me want to delete my email account. I got so many emails.
Oh my gosh,
It
Black
was
Friday this year
so
was
awful. So I intentionally, LaKisha's in the chat. I intentionally did not send very many. I think I sent like one or two, and then I spent most of the time posting, because my ideal client isn't checking their inbox during mass marketing times. They're checking before and after. But your ideal client might be like, oh, I need a deal. So, and if that's the case, that might be a good thing for you, right? I hate getting emails too, and I have so many.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, Shelly also hates getting emails and has so many. So here's some things. Like Sophie's favorite word, boundaries. So you can unsubscribe from lists at any time. You can mute lists. The feature I love in the VIP hub, let me as a business owner, is I can tag people in different audience streams similar to other mailing lists. But because it's all in one spot, I can unsubscribe contacts from specific marketing streams. So if I have someone who wants my newsletter but doesn't want advertisements, I can make sure that they never get marketing emails. And then, well, how do you sell to them if they never get marketing emails? You put a little tiny itty bitty link at the bottom of the email with what your offer is that month, and then it empowers them to be the one clicking to find out. And you would be surprised how many sales come from a newsletter versus marketing. Sophie.
Yes. Okay, so for the people who have problems and have subscribed to way too many emails, though I still hope you still love me after that, just go on to unroll.me, and this allows you to mass unsubscribe to the ones that you want to unsubscribe to, but it also allows you to organize into like a separate folder the things you don't want to unsubscribe to, that you want to keep, but you don't want to see every single email. And this allows me to stay organized. I dropped into that inbox once a week, you know, when I want to make sure I didn't miss anything from some of my favorite peeps into the online world.
Yeah.
But Unroll Me will allow you to maybe give, a quick clean in this December. Keep your inbox clean before January, and using that tool will allow you to do that in a few simple minutes. So I highly recommend unroll.me. I'm gonna put that in the chat.
So whoever's keeping track of apps and tools, put that on your list, because I'm going to go through. That's me. You wrote .ma. You mean me. There you go. Perfect. Yeah. So remember, if you, over the next 3 days, make a source list of all of these awesome tools and post it inside of the Facebook group or under the YouTube, I think, because not everyone's on Facebook. I'll give you the first person to win. I ain't about to do 98,000 pages of free. But the first person to have a complete list that we will verify wins 3 free pages of copywriting.
which is
I just
so
felt like
exciting.
doing that. I just felt like doing that.
Girl is singing today. It's a mood. It's a mood. Okay, so because we have a little bit of time, I want to talk about you, everybody in the audience. Where are you today? What questions do you need answers in order to be successful? And I want to also, throw back at you. What is your goal right now? Right now, are you asking, hey, Sophie, if you were me right now and I need to make money right now, what do I do? Or are you asking me, how do I automate my entire Christmas holiday? How do I automate my next launch? What do I do in 2023 to make money? There's a lot of questions that we can answer right now, but I want to know the questions that you have. So drop this into the comments so we can answer questions that
what is Cheryl's offer good? Okay, so I have like actual offers, Becca, that are coming later. Also, hi Ariel, I saw you come in. I have a couple of things that are coming. There's one that is on the like the landing page for the event. It's a template. If you just fill it in, I will give you access to my newsletter template that you can just put your own branding stuff in there. It's a plug and play. And you can use it either as a full book, or you could use like one page each time, whatever feels good to you. I did it for Sophie as a test run, and she fangirled. It was cute. And then I have a talk coming up in a little while, and there's an exclusive offer for the people on the pregame live show. I have put together 3 packages that I'm really excited about. Is that your button offer? Yeah, so the button offer is the link that we just posted in the comments, and that one takes you to the newsletter, which I'm super, super, super excited about. And then the other one I'll tell you more about later, because we have a question that Sophie is the perfect human to answer. How do you automate emails?
Yeah, we have 2 questions actually. So there's a need of automation and copy, and there's a need to automate emails. You know what is beautiful about automation is that the things that you don't feel like doing all the time, or the things that makes you overwhelmed, the things that, can we all be honest and just like, life happens, right? Life has been happening to me a whole lot, and I'm sure it has to you. Everybody, this was like the apocalypse here, honestly. Everybody was so sick for like probably way too many weeks, maybe like 6 to 8. It was gross. And my husband is deploying in just 30 days, so I am full of emotion and wine. Not right now, it's just noon, but I will be. Right? So life is happening, and you can't just be like, I'll just get it done when I need to get it done. That's not how life works, and that is why we fail. So how do you automate email? When you sit down to write one email, sit down and write 4. Now, and then you can automate these in whatever system that you're using. You're able to go and say, okay, for the next Monday, these are my 4 emails. Now I have automated my emails for the month. It all depends where you are in your email marketing and what you are trying to automate. In the VIP Hub, we have the abilities to create all sorts of workflow. And I'm going to let everybody know on like a little secret. I am working on my, please pardon my language, oh shit sequence, for when you go and life happens and you're like, oh shit, my business. Okay, so what does that look like? Because in automation, it all depends on exactly what you need to accomplish. Well, that sequence accomplishes 8 weeks of evergreen nurturing and selling to your sequence, where it takes you 2 minutes. It's going to take you like about an hour to set up to make sure it's all for you. But then you're like, okay, life is happening. I'm out for 8 weeks and I need to do the bare minimum. I'll put everybody in my oh shit sequence.
So question.
Yeah.
Can I buy the sequence formula from you?
It's actually going to be available to everybody in the VIP Hub, and you're already in there. So
what? Okay.
No, you were good.
Sorry for shouting into a microphone, but that is very exciting. So
yeah, so it all depends where are you in your business and what are you automating? Are you automating weekly emails? Are you automating seriously epic welcome sequence? Are you automating a launch? Are you automating a sales sequence? You know what?
LaKisha, I will hook you up. I will hook you up. Okay. Slide into my DMs.
Right? I think that's my website. Anyways, so the VIP Hub is an all-in-one marketing system, right? So we get to do lots of super amazing things. If I'm being completely blunt and honest right now, I wouldn't have a business if I didn't have the automation, right? Because what happens in a launch? Okay, you send the first 2 emails and you're like, oh my gosh, nobody has bought anything, and you're panicking. That is like totally, absolutely normal. You're panicking. But what happens if your launch is automated? It's actually going to happen because you have your 2 weeks of email scheduled, right?
I can tell you, folks, from experience. Okay, so when we started this event, I had less than 80 email subscribers for both of my businesses together. But I have over 5,000 spread out audience members across various social media platforms. And I'm like, Sophie, I'm not getting like sustainable income. And she's like, that's because you're still not automating all of this. So when people go to my website and they see some things and they put in their email address, they get on my emailing list, but there's no welcome sequence. Or they buy an offer and they go through this incredibly awesome nurture sequence that I did for that one product. And then I ghost them. But I don't mean to, because I don't even know that they're finished the sequence. Do you see where we're going? Okay. So what happened during the course of this launch, which y'all saw this launch from the client perspective, but we actually started in the summer. And between the summer and now, I'm now having a steady amount of income coming in every single day. And also people seeing what I was doing and seeing my glowing winning personality and my dancing unicorn dance off, I am landing clients that aren't even part of the summit. This is what the power of automation can do for you. And the whole thing, aside from this tiny little hosting bit, is from inside of the hub. We did the whole thing in there. Just signed up for the hub. Yes, LaKisha. This is so exciting. So now you're part of the VIP hub crew, which means you automatically get to collaborate with us.
I think that was Ariel, but you got really excited. And that's really,
she said LaKisha, I just signed up. Ariel is like
awesome.
So exciting. I love Ariel. I'm very excited about this. It saved me so much time and so much money and gave me so much more confidence in my skills because I wasn't wasting time trying to figure out things I'm not gifted at.
All right, so Shelly, for you that was asking the question, how do you automate your email? I'd love to know, where are you in your business and what type of email are you wanting to automate, and perhaps which system that you are trying to use, and I can really give you some like a better idea of how you might be able to do that.
I'm gonna comment in the thing. I'm saying, are you using an email provider already, or are you starting from scratch?
I'm loving the questions. Oh,
this is a really good question. This is a really good question, and it's something that we all use. You know, do you have a link to the hub? Yes, the VIPHub.ca, friends. There's some pretty exciting stuff happening over there every day.
Yeah. So let's talk about what you need to be successful in 2023 without being overwhelmed. I just need to automate everything and just write my own email as I go. Yeah, okay. I mean,
automating emails, though, we still write them, but we only write it once instead of 100 times. And then when I have another summit, I can go in and use the same email copy we used for this one and then change the flavor. So I'm not starting like a whole email sequence again. You can literally copy it and then change the title, change the links. You're not having to come up with 25 emails every single time you run an event, or every single time you have a launch, or every single time you post a blog. It's beautiful.
Yes, and I have like a huge, I'm gonna drop some bombs right now. Okay, so first, you need an organization system that is behind the scene. Okay, you need an organization system. For me, okay, simple, simple. It's an Excel spreadsheet, but my entire business is linked to that Excel spreadsheet for a lot of reason. It's a one-stop shop. Everything is there. So I have my Excel spreadsheet and I have my VIP hub, which is basically my life. But everything is there. So all my podcasts are linked there. All the websites or places where I've ever, given my link to my freebies, that's out there is there. Every single Google Doc of my copywriting, my emails are there. And I reuse and I repurpose everything. And I really only have 3 months of content.
Reusing and repurposing content is my zone of genius. It is, you have more, like if you have posted on Instagram or Facebook or gone live in a video, or you have a YouTube channel, okay, you already have enough content to generate emails. This is what Sophie and I mean when we say thinking outside of the box, okay? The average human being needs to see something between 20 and 65 times before they remember it without a prompt. That's a lot of times. So sending 2 emails and making 1 post isn't enough unless you have a massive audience of keeners like me who are like, oh, I love Sophie. Sophie has a new offer. Opt in every single time. Every single time. Sophie will be just starting to build something. I'm like, me, pick me. Pick me, because I just love how much it makes my life easier. But what I've started doing, and the whole reason I'm even here in this particular summit, is I've started doing it for folks. And later on, I'll explain a lot more about that. But repurposing your content using tools that are free or low cost can save you 50 to 75 hours a month or a week, depending on how much of your business is online, just by reusing stuff. And I don't mean like reusing it like you have a tissue and then you like fold it the other way. Like, that's not what I mean. You're welcome, Sophie. You still need to do like a little bit of editing so that it makes sense. But so Sophie had an interview that I transcribed, and then I went through the Google Doc before editing an entire. So true. I'm on an entire list right now to share with my list. Woo-hoo! I went through and I could see what Sophie couldn't. I could see the things that went together in her Sophie chat, because I don't know if you've noticed, but we go like this when we're talking, but when we get to the end, it all ties together. So what I did for the comprehension side of things is I made headlines in the comments of a Google Doc. And then I opened up a new one and created Sophie this incredible document that she can plug and play, and she can copy and paste. And you could take like just a quote and make it into an Instagram. You could have content for 6 months automated, and then only have to post and interact when you feel passion or excitement or you're engaging, like LaKisha said earlier. It frees you up. Automation frees you up to do the things you love in your business. I'm here to tell you that you don't actually have to hire a virtual assistant. You can, absolutely. I'm not knocking that. I mean, if I had all the money in the world, I would pay someone to do all of my automation for me so I could focus on my clients. But I don't have all the money in the world, and we all need to start somewhere.
Yes. And to go back to the spreadsheet, when you want to come over to the VIP hub, because I create some epic automation and I just create lots of amazing things, never at any extra cost for everybody in the platform. You're not going to look at me and be like, okay, but what about all of my content and my emails? And even though I own the platform, I hate the fact that I might not have all of my content. Maybe it's a problem of like needed to like possess it and see it. But it has helped me a lot. Okay, one spreadsheet. One tiny spreadsheet to keep all of your content organized has completely changed the game for me. Now, what do we need in 2023 to be successful? We need the 5 ones. Okay. I need to have one niche. And I know, like, who niche. Honestly, I don't know which one it is. So we're gonna run.
It's either or.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like English, French. Just pick one and stick with it.
So we can view a niche in a lot of different ways, but especially if you're at the beginning, okay, you only have so much time and you only have so much money. Okay, those are limited resource, and I don't care where you are at. I don't care what you're doing. Money and time is a limited resource. Even if you say, but I am loaded. Well, if you spend more than what you make in your business, it's still not, smart. Okay, time and money. You have a limited resource. So if you see anything into your business as something that is limited, is your time and it is your money. You do not have the time or the money right now to go and get to know the entire world. Okay? You do not have the time and the resource.
But I really want to know the entire world.
I know. But you don't have the time, you don't have the money to be able to get to know them to a level where you can make an impact. Okay, so now let's go to Amazon. Amazon started in 1980 something. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a little while ago. And Amazon started because I've heard this all, but Amazon does this and Walmart and Costco. Yes, they do. But Amazon started as books. They had books only. It was online books. Okay, it was like the first online sort of
remember that. I remember when they only had books, and when they first started selling not books, I was very like, what is happening?
And then 20 years later, they now have oh my gosh, what is the word? They have the reputation. They did the work. They have increased, they have changed, they have pivoted over time, but they started as books. And if I remember correctly, like they started as books in a garage.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So you only have limited time, limited resource, one niche, one problem. You cannot fix every single one of their problem. And I say this with so much love and as the guilty party. I am so guilty. This is like my biggest problem because I can't teach you how to make millions of dollars. I can't teach you how to do your entire business. But if I go and I'm like, I'm going to change your entire life and I'm going to do this, then you're just going to be confused and I'm going to be confused. You're going to be overwhelmed. I'm going to be overwhelmed because I'm not even going to know where to start and all of that crap, right? But bitches, I can help you automate your business like it's nobody's business. That I can do, and I'm going to be successful at it every single time. Right? One niche, one problem, one product, limited resource. Yes, you can have small offers, but where are you putting your limited time and your limited money towards in 2023? And how are you going to convert them into customers, and how are you going to bring them into your world? If you can answer those 5 questions and you concentrate, you put your blinders on, and you have friends like Cheryl who are able to say, Sophie, go back. Back on track.
Sophie, boundaries.
Right? I need that like almost every single day. I'm not going to lie, but if you can concentrate on those 5, and if you're feeling right now, you can't answer one of these questions. You don't know how your audience grows. Okay, I made it to a point where my audience grows every single day. Maybe not like 100 or 200 every day.
Kaylee says, I have a business and it's running away from me and I still work full time and I can't keep up with the demand. Any tips other than hiring help? Automate as much as you can. I have people, when somebody joins my mailing list now, on like they opt into a freebie or a download, or I manually put them in, they automatically get a series of emails. So, Kaylee, can you tell us like a little bit more about your business? BT Dubs.
Right?
I know Kaylee from high school.
Yay! Okay, Kylie, give us some more deets, and we are gonna welcome our next speaker. Right now, Ariel. And
I love Ariel.
we'll be back to your questions and promise we give you some seriously epic answers before the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll keep answering questions. Pop them into the comments. We are here, and we're going to be here over the next couple of days. Hi, Ariel. Ooh, I like your background. I'm literally on a bed in my office because I'm sitting here for 4 hours, and I needed to be comfy.
Yeah, you did. I actually designed my office to be my like zone of genius and my zone of happiness. So even my chair has like a butt warmer and like it's fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. When I glow up, it's going to be a real mattress instead of a futon mattress. And then it'll be much more comfortable. So friends, I would like to introduce you to Ariel. Ariel is in a group coaching container with me. And we hit it off. We have the same flavor of spice and very similar flavors of mama trauma. And that is something that we are going to talk about today. So insert full trigger warning. If childhood trauma is something that you do not want to touch, maybe just go somewhere for 20 minutes, go take a walk, go to the bathroom, have a snack, drink a coffee, make fun of my unicorn video on Instagram, and then come back here. Okay.
That video was genius.
I literally said, I was like, hey, Sophie, if we hit 200, I'm going to do this. And she's like, post that. So I did. And then we hit 200. And then now we're like at a bit more. And then the summit's not even over. So like, how am I going to top the unicorn video? Everyone in the comments, I would like you to brainstorm how I'm going to top the unicorn video. I see your comment, Kaylee. We will circle back to that. If you're here longer, please remind me if we forget and if it gets lost in the comment zone of doom. Otherwise, we'll circle back when Sophie pops back on. Okay, so how can healing from your childhood help you and your business in 2023? I mean, it can help you right now, but
so many different ways. So, hi guys, my name's Ariel, and I come from a long line of personal and generational trauma. And so, yay! This is me coming into the world as the beautiful black sheep of the family, the cycle breaker, the person who is like, this ends with me. Gorgeous. No more. I am done. I am done living my family cycle of having money issues, of having self-worth issues, of being alcoholics and being abusive and all these other things that have been passed down generation after generation after generation. It stops with me. And so when we talk about trauma, it is a scary word for a lot of people. A lot of us think of the big T, the traumas that we hear about in the news and things like that. But trauma can be the little t as well. And what do we mean by that? It means the little things that catch your perception and put you into a heightened arousal state, taking you out of that safe nervous system section. So you're getting into hyperarousal, which will then drop you down into hypoarousal. And that's where we disassociate and we completely shut down, which is no good. No good news bears.
Is that when I'm like stuck in the endless loop of Netflix instead of doing my business?
Yes. You're basically numbing yourself out when you go into that hypo. So a lot of people, like especially in my family, their way of numbing out was through alcohol. So that's why that had to stop with me. Because it was easy to numb everything out when I didn't want to deal with it and just drink myself into a stupor and not have to deal. So when this kind of came into light to me and I was a paramedic and I had gone on a few really bad calls and I was like, no, I'm fine because society says I shouldn't feel this way. I chose this job. I should be okay with it. And I'm here to tell you that you are allowed to feel your feelings. You are
allowed to feel your feelings.
Yes. Say them loud, say them proud, because I'll tell you right now, the biggest thing I tell my clients is emotions that get repressed get expressed later on. So you know that time when like your roommate leaves the dishes in the sink and you snap so bad that you're like, I don't even know what just came out of my body.
How dare you, first of all?
But that's a trauma response, right?
It is.
And so these little traumas that build up over time, a lot of them happen between the ages of 0 and 5. They can be epigenetic, which for those of you guys that don't know the terms, that's generational trauma. It's carried in your genes. And so these little T's that happen, they're typical things that like you're being neglected.
Yeah. And like thinking from the perspective of a little person, right? So like I go with my wife and I talk about this a lot, and I have full permission to talk about this. I have a lot of capital T trauma, and she has a lot of little T trauma, but the pile is the same size. So one little T trauma that I remember very distinctly, and I didn't realize that it was a trauma until I went to therapy. You're welcome. I got up and I was sick. I was like 4 or 5. Like I was still wearing a flannel nightgown because it was like 1989 or whatever.
Love it.
My tummy hurt and my mom wouldn't wake up. Now, adult me knows that my mom probably wouldn't wake up because she was drunk and passed out. But kid me had to go to the bathroom, felt really sick, felt weird. It wasn't normal. And then I remember having an accident on the floor and I wasn't able to wake anyone up. And at like 4 years old, I had to clean it up and put myself back to bed when I was sick. And so 4-year-old Cheryl learned you have to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
And how does that impact my business now?
Yeah. You have to rely on yourself. You don't ask for help. Right. And thank you for sharing that, because that is such a great example of what a little trauma looks like. I mean, it can be something as simple as like, for me, I remember sitting there in the bath when I was probably about 5 years old, and my imagination when I was younger was so incredible. Like I could build complete cities in my mind. But I remember this moment of the great forgetting, because I got ripped out of the bathtub. I was in such an amazing place in my mind.
Uh-oh, we've got a spam bot. Don't click the links, folk. There's a spam bot.
Oh, gotta love spam bots. Find your love here. Let's talk about trauma on that one. But like I got yanked out of the bathtub and my entire world came crashing down around me. And then I remember my dad saying to me, like, you need to get out of your head. We need to get ready for bed. You got to get ready. Like, I'm late for this, blah, 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 rushing me through everything. And I remember feeling like what I had done was wrong. And then I got shoved into bed and I just laid there. And I remember thinking, like, it felt good to me to be in this imaginatory world, but here we are. And now I'm laying in bed. I didn't get my cuddles because I took too long in my bath.
Yeah. So you were being punished for being creative. No wonder. Okay. Sorry, everyone, but no wonder Ariel overthinks whether or not this is the right post to post. Now you're very like direct content makes sense, because you were taught as a tiny little you that being creative and too much was not acceptable. Yeah. And that sucks. That stinks.
And it's funny because it actually has changed my entire perspective of parenting. So now everything I do with my own children, I have 2 boys, one the age of 3, one that just turned 1. It changes everything I do with them, because now I think to myself, okay, how is this going to be perceived on their end? And it makes you stop and take your own irritation and like, we don't have to rush. And if we are busy, make it fun. Like if we do have to go, make it fun. Don't make it this whole like, oh my God, you're taking forever, and shaming them for just having their process.
So how do you say that has impacted you in your business? Like how has recognizing your big and little trauma impacted you in your business recently? Also, for everyone who's wondering, we'll talk about Ariel's free gift in a hot minute, but it's in the comments. You can click on the link to claim that if you haven't already.
Yeah. So basically, for me, it's for my business, it identified all of the areas where I had limitations, blocks, I was like, as you said, why do I overthink all of my posts? Why am I direct in my posts? Because at a young age, I was told to stop using my imagination. I was told to stop being too much.
And probably because that parent was also told the same thing.
Exactly. Generational trauma at its finest, because my dad's dad was a military man, and men don't cry and men don't imagine things, and this is how he was raised. And so like I get it. And I think also for my business, not only identifying where my blocks were and how I can remove past them or understand them, right? So there's some things like this overthinking the post that I'm still working through today, but understanding that when I start to overthink it, that this isn't just me being ridiculous, and it isn't just me. It's because I have this little T trauma that sits in the back of my head as a story that has been reiterated throughout my entire life. It's not what's wrong with you, it's what happened to you and how it is affecting your body.
Absolutely. And this is something that Ariel and I have connected on personally and professionally, because we both work with folks in trauma recovery because you can do more than one thing. I have 2 businesses. It's great. Okay.
I have 6.
But even with copywriting, this comes into my copywriting. And this is why I brought it up in this context, is when folks come to me, they think they don't have a story. They think they don't have anything to say. They think nobody wants to listen to them. They think what they have to say isn't good enough. And I literally take the words that you speak and turn it into content, and I give it back to people, and without fail, they're like, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm like, it's literally your words. They're just in a different order. So I take out like the wheels spinning, which we all do. Yes. To like, we just start getting comfortable with talking, because it's so different when you're in an online space. You only, unless you're doing it like this, even so, we only see each other. We don't see the 20 plus people that are watching on YouTube, and we don't see like the 200 people that are in the Facebook group or people who are watching it later. We only see each other. And then if you're leading something on your own, you only see you. So if you're taught younger, and if it's still in your subconscious that you're not enough, or that you're silly, or that your ideas don't matter, or that like you've been stifled or not celebrated, you're going to have a hard time in your online business. What if, right? So what if it's my trauma and not my lack of ability that is keeping me stuck? How can working with you, or give us some help, how can we start to move through that? Because I feel like being cured isn't the idea. It's being aware so that you can have like the self-compassion in the moment, like you were just talking about.
Yeah. I think it's not only the awareness piece, it's a journey. And like I don't believe that the word cured should have ever stepped into therapy ever, because there's nothing wrong with you. And I reiterate this over and over and over again to my clients. There's nothing wrong with you. You are not broken, period. You are beautiful and perfect exactly as you are. But what happened to you has created a story in your mind that is blocking you. So what I do is, one of my many businesses, because like you, I love multiple streams of income and things, because I love to do all the things. And the one that I do is through my trauma coaching, is I use a trauma-informed practice and a technique called REST, which is rapid reprogramming emotional stress technique. It is new in the neuroscience world in the last couple of years, but it is making waves. Personally, as a one-lunged asthmatic, I've always had an issue with my oxygen levels being really low and my lung capacity being really low. And I didn't realize that was also attached to an emotional trauma piece. So when I did this technique with a fellow colleague, just for shits and giggles to see what would happen, all of a sudden my oxygen increased to 100% saturation, and my lung. Yeah, I haven't been at 100% since I lost my lung at.
Okay, so I'm a skeptic for most things because of trauma. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's what I love about it, is it's my truth. It's my facts. Like, because I have to take my oxygen levels every morning and night, and I do a peak flow meter to assess my lung capacity, and I do that morning and night. And so I have data for years since I was 21. And I sit usually at 94% oxygen to 92 on a low day. And then I sit anywhere between 3 to 325 milliliters for lung capacity. Neither are good, but you got one lung, what you gonna do, right? It ain't easy being wheezy. But
oh my God. Okay.
I know, right?
Why don't I have a pen? Remind me to make you something that says that. Okay.
But then here I am, and I did this rest session with a fellow coach because we had to do trades to kind of learn this technique. And next thing I know, I'm like, wow, like I feel like I can take a full breath. Oh, I'm just gonna test my my amounts before tonight just to see where they're at. 100% oxygen saturation, and I was up to 475 in lung capacity. And then I was like, no, this is the skeptic from all the trauma was like, no, this is just a pure
accurate.
Fine. Took my amounts later on that night, still 100%, now up to 525. I've now settled in at 100% and 625 for lung capacity. My asthma specialist is like, I don't even know what to say right now. And I'm like, because trauma sits in your body and we don't talk about it because we're told to hide it and suppress it. And this is what's leading to autoimmune diseases, cancers. And
the self-sabotage of ghosting after you post.
Yes.
Because, I've been very raw and vulnerable in a post and been shaking. Do I post it? I edit it. I retype it. I edit it. I retype it. I edit it. I retype it. And eventually I post it and then I leave. I go and I do something and I'm freaking out. I feel nauseous. I need a nap. Those are the posts, audience, that get the most traction. And they're the ones that I'm most afraid to write.
Yes.
Healing and understanding our trauma is so powerful. Okay. So before we talk about your free gift, could you lead us in a tiny little regulation exercise? So we're freaking out about our email list, or we're freaking out about our to-do list, or whatever. Yeah. What is a really easy reset? Because grounding when we're traumatized or being triggered, your brain doesn't know the difference between good stress and bad stress. So I had a really bad sleep last night because I was excited for today.
Yes.
And I knew that was going to happen. So I made sure I had really good sleeps leading up, and then had a really nutritious dinner and a really nutritious breakfast.
Yeah.
And I'm probably going to have a nap after this is over.
Oh, 100%.
So how can we I'll be your guinea pig.
I will give you my favorite, and this is the quickest one that you can do. Okay. So when we need to regulate our system really quickly, and we need to do it, let's say we're in a public place, or we don't have the ability to sit down and go into a meditation. We don't have the time, whatever the case may be. This is called bumblebee breath. Say that 10 times fast. This is one that I typically use, especially I have some from my paramedic days, some PTSD around winter driving. And so sometimes when I'm it's snowing really hard, it's really icy, in the car, I will use this bumblebee breath to resettle my nervous system so I can focus on the task at hand. It's also one of the number one techniques that we used in any trauma-informed setting, right? Because sound vibrations, when you use your throat, actually tell your system that you're safe, and it regulates it naturally. So it's super great. So all you do is you hum like a bumblebee with your mouth closed, trying to make your lips almost vibrate. So you go, and you go as long as your breath will allow you to, and then a deep breath in again, and then you do your bumblebee breath. So let's move this together.
Microphone just a little.
Okay. Yeah. So all right. So we're gonna take in a deep, big breath and fill your belly, fill your lungs. And then hum. Again in.
wow. Like I can feel it in my hands.
Yeah, you'll get nice
And I
tingly
can
hands.
feel like this part of my face that is very animated all of the time, relaxing a little.
So that was only 2. Like, depending on how heightened you are, I on average do 5 to 10 of those. You know?
I'm definitely adopting that and maybe obnoxiously into people's faces when they're
I
stressing
love
me
it.
out.
I love it. Because you're my person and I get it.
So, why don't you tell us about your free gift, and then we'll see if anyone in the comments has some questions, or if everyone has trauma llamas and they left us and we've been talking to ourselves this whole time.
Trauma llamas? Can we make me something like a graphic with a trauma llama? Oh my God.
Trauma llamas and trauma mamas.
Yes.
Trauma mama llamas.
Trauma mama llamas. I love it. Okay, so my free gift, you guys. So the link is in the chat there. It's our rest, so 2R rest with ariel.as.me/boundary. I am throwing on, after lots of requests to throw it on in January, a 2-day intensive workshop. It's a boundary setting boot camp because as Sophie and you were talking about, boundaries, they're not something that a lot of people understand what a true boundary looks like, how they're useful, and when they're being broken by others.
And especially if you were born or raised as a woman in Western culture, you especially were taught not to have boundaries.
No, well, and here's the big thing, like, and I'm teaching my boys this right now, is that I am really tired of hearing that, like, oh, he's just a boy, right? Like, boys do that. And I'm like, no, they do not. So, like, my boys get taught all the time, and I mean, they're still little, so take it with a grain of salt.
like appropriate context. They get
appropriate context here, but like, we don't subscribe to societal's "this is how a boy acts." It's a load of crap, and it's a harsh boundary in our house. No, if my son says that he wants a Barbie for his birthday, you will not tell him he has to have a G.I. Joe. No. That is not allowed in my household. He will have what he desires. If, you know, like, we have boundaries are so important when you are, especially in your business, you guys. Oh my goodness. They're like doing trauma therapy. The amount of people who tried to message me when I first started at 2:00 in the morning with, like, you know, suicidal ideations and stuff. And then I felt obligated to help because I care. But at the same point, it was
because you used to be a first responder.
That too. And but the problem is, when I didn't have these healthy boundaries, they were being crossed left, right, and center, which led to complete chaos in my business, my personal life, and in my mental health. And so in this 2-day intensive workshop, it's 2 hours on a Saturday and 2 hours on a Sunday. And what we're going to do is we're going to deep dive into what a boundary is, how it works, how to set them. We're going to actually build you a plan according to your situation, whether it's business, personal, or both. And we are going to...
Sophie says, cheese whiz, count me in.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be really good because I don't think we talk about boundaries enough. Like, I've got an entire PDF I'm going to send out with boundary phrases. So one of my personal favorites is, I don't know if you guys ever have had this happen in the, let me know in the chat if you have, but you know, you've always got that one friend who likes to, like, talk about your other friends, you know, but they're doing it because they care. Yeah, right? Me, I always say, oh, pause. I don't think I'm the right person for you to talk to about this right now. Thanks.
Yeah. And yeah. And I have my own flavor of that one too. Yeah. Have you talked to them about that?
Yeah. That's another.
You don't need to come here yet. Unless it's literally about me. I don't want to know about it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, don't use me as your sounding board when you haven't even dealt with the person directly.
Perfect. Right? So we've got a couple of more minutes before our next speaker comes in. Sophie, did you have any questions you wanted to ask Ariel? As Ariel is the boundaries.
Oh, I forgot to add, for your freebie coupon, because it's not listed there, it's the word freedom capitalized.
I'll put it
that'll take off all the money for it. Yeah. And it's free until December 16th. So hop in while you can. It's going to be good. I'm excited.
In other words, you have to claim the gift before the summit is over.
Yes.
Awesome. I will add that coupon to our page. Well, you know, Cheryl know this about me, and boundaries are not, they're a work in progress. They're a work in progress. I like to think
You're way better now than you were 6 months ago. Let's celebrate that. You don't feel like it, but you are.
I am. You know, there's something really special in the online world where you get to meet absolutely amazing and beautiful people. But I have noticed a lot that, you know, you kind of prop the door open a little bit and they will kick through it. It's going to like blow and they're going to take absolutely everything that they can. And
can I use a great example?
Yeah.
You actually set a boundary with me, and I want to say that I appreciated it. So here's the thing, guys. I signed up for the VIP Hub, and technology makes me panic, and my trauma comes in, and I'm like, oh God, I can't do it. And, you know, I was messaging Sophie because we were friends on Facebook, and she set a really beautiful boundary that would have probably gotten most people's back up. Like, why aren't you helping me? And she's like, can you email me these questions? This is where I answer all of this stuff. And I was like, I really took a moment to be like, I appreciate her setting that boundary of like, Facebook is Facebook. We can, you know, go back and forth about fun things or whatever here. But if it's business related, I need it here. And that's a boundary that not a lot of business owners will place. And so, Sophie, super proud of you. That was amazing.
I just love you. Thank you so much. Yes,
it was a great example.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? But there's people on Instagram that will message me on Instagram and then text message and then Voxer and then Facebook Messenger. And I go pretty-ish good at keeping track of it. I am like a living squirrel. I'm not even kidding. I get distracted. I saw your message, but it's just like anybody who sends me a message as friends, I will answer it in 3 weeks when I remember you sent it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and that's why setting that boundary was so vital, because it's keeping your business a priority. First of all, it's also separating it from your personal life. The two need to be separated, and that's where a lot of people don't understand these simple boundaries. They kind of just get overlooked. Like, oh, well, I can just answer this question really quick. You can.
You do it once, you're just gonna do it forever.
You open that door, and next thing you know, they're like, you owe me. You did this last time. No,
it's like opening a door when there's a blizzard outside. You can't put the snow back outside. It's just for all my Canadian friends. All right. Thank you so much for being here today, Ariel, and for being like watching us and keeping us all hyped. That's been wonderful.
I'm a hype girl.
Ariel's free gift is in the chat. The coupon is all caps freedom. If you have questions for Ariel, you can continue to put them in the chat. All of our speakers are fully empowered to keep the conversation going there. After all, this is a party, and what's a party without crosstalk? Am I right?
Yes. Although
okay.
I'm sad that you didn't have your unicorn hat on today.
I mean, I thought about it, but it wouldn't fit in the frame.
Oh, that's true.
And it's really tight on the sides. As a glasses wearer, you understand.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Thanks so much, you guys. I appreciate you. And yeah, I look forward to watching the rest of the summit.
Sweet. Up next, we have another lovely human being from the same world as Ariel and I. Brooke, wonderful to have you here. Brooke is an intuitive coach and a dance alchemist. Did you see my unicorn video? Were you proud of me?
I was so proud of you. That was awesome.
So what exactly is a dance alchemist, and why do I need it in my life?
Why do you need it in your life? Well, I feel like you were already dance alchemying in your unicorn video. Alchemy is the concept of transforming something into something else. So I love the concept of dance alchemy because when we move our body, when we dance, we alchemize things, right? So often we hear of like somatic healing, which movement and dance is. And it has this ability to heal us on a deeper level without getting in our minds. So much of the healing that we do with coaching and mindset work and all of this is very up here. Whereas dance and movement alchemy And energy alchemy gets to be in our bodies, where it's like, if you're having, it's things like if you're having a tough day, if you're feeling sad, you put on a super fun song and you dance around, and it's like, it alchemizes it like that. If you're feeling angry or overwhelmed, like putting on a song where you can let it out alchemizes that energy so that you can utilize it in really positive ways. And this is a really great thing for our business, because often it's small snippets of like one song, one thing. Often I'll find myself at the computer doing work, and all of a sudden I'm getting tired.
You're starting to do the the entrepreneur curl.
Right? Or it's like you have so many things to do and you're tired, so you're just pushing through it. And then a few hours later, you realize you barely did anything. I don't know if you've ever felt that.
Yeah. Once I started keeping track of my time and scheduling in a little bit of dance and or play, it became apparently clear to me that I was just lost in the void for a while.
Totally, right? And that's what it is, the void. Because our brain checks out, but our bodies, or we feel like we need to keep going.
So you primarily help online business owners and leaders grow and scale their businesses online, but you also are so deeply connected into the alchemy. They're not, oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong bio. Just kidding. Rewind. But it's not totally different. You specifically work with female entrepreneurs and creatives to find their feminine power. So as a non-binary person, I know that feminine and masculine are terms for soft and structured energy. That's kind of how I word it to folks who are of the non-binary persuasion. Please don't get hung up on masculine, feminine. They're just the words that have always been used and translated into English. English language is kind of poopy for nuance, so we're just going to go with this. So can you explain a little bit on how this activation helps us to get out of that policing ourselves energy, like that holding back that we've been talking about? I've noticed a theme with all of the speakers today, regardless of our talents and gifts and niche, that as business owners, a lot of the hang up comes from holding ourselves back. So how does tapping into our feminine energy help with that?
So, and I like how you reframed that. And maybe a really great way for me to reframe my bio as well, for this. Yeah. But because it really is like the hard and the soft. It's, it really started because I actually do work a lot with business owners, and I started out as a bit of so I'm like, you did sort of read.
I just read the wrong bio, and then I was like, just kidding.
It works because I do work with entrepreneurs and business owners, business leaders, because I've ran 4 businesses. But traditionally, I've ran 4 businesses from a very hard, structured, do, push through the tire, just drink that coffee, just like go and do it, masculine energy, overwork energy. I learned how to do business from my father and my uncles, and and just they were very much in that paradigm. And I burnt out, and I think I've gone through 2 burnouts. And so for me, learning how to learning how to soften, learning how to be more in the dance of like doing and receiving, of like doing and rest and creativity and doing. I don't know. Right? What's the opposite of, I don't know.
Boring structure.
Yeah. But even, and then embracing structure so that you can be creative, right? It's like this dance between all of it that we need. So my magic is helping people find that dance and being in their soft power, being in their creative power, being in this place of like, this is my creativity. These are my gifts. This is my magic. And I'm powerfully leading in it. And I'm still, it doesn't mean that you're not working hard. You're still working hard to bring your gifts to the world. Because ultimately, I think there's also been this flip of like, I don't have to do anything. I'm not going to work. I'm just going to like make a a post and then sit back and all of
And
the
then people
sales
are just gonna magically buy things from me. No, they're not. Okay, you
Yeah,
probably have a
like-
virtual assistant who does all the masculine stuff for you. Okay. I just got a word picture in my mind as you were talking about this, and I feel like I have to share it. It's like the masculine is like the skeleton, and the feminine is the body and like the movement. That's the thing. And then y'all, all your magic is like what you breathe, what you eat, what you speak out, all of that stuff. But you think of the skeleton as being the structural support of the body, right? And then the feminine is like the stuff that moves and changes and whatever. That's like a concrete metaphor, but it helps anchor the abstract into something that you can understand if you're not in the woo circles like we are.
Totally.
And then you can dance.
I love it. I love that. That's such a great.
I'm just like seeing that. Yes, yes, yes. What is resonating with you, Ariel? Tell us if y'all have any questions about moving body movement and how that can unlock stuff. Please, please, please. We want this to be as interactive as possible. If you're new to the idea of energetic work, if you're new to the idea of like holistic business from a like maybe you grew up the same way that Brooke did. Maybe you have like a master's in business and you're feeling like now some of those things aren't resonating with you anymore. Maybe you're stressed. Like if you have a specific thing that you would like to have answered right now, now is the time when we have Brooke here live. So if I were to come to you and like last week when I was like, oh no, my summit is going to be huge and I'm freaking out. Like obviously I did the unicorn dance, but say I didn't know that. How would one find you and kind of step into this? Because it feels awkward when you first start doing it. So how do we navigate that?
So, I mean, when I bring dance into my programs and in my training, you know, there's different scales of movement in dance. First of all, knowing that you can't get anything wrong, like it's literally moving your body often to music, you know, is what.
Yes, I'm going to put that in the chat.
And so it's not about how you look, it's about how it makes you feel. And I think that's where in North America or in Western cultures, we get really caught up in how we look because we've created dance into this thing that unless you're on So You Think You Can Dance, you're not actually a dancer. When every single culture in the world has been using dance before they even had language. So, and you know, I've traveled a lot and I've danced with a lot of different cultures and it's like my biggest passion of life. It's so much fun. And in most cultures in the world, it's not at all about how you look. It really is a connection piece, a connection to yourself, to your body. It's a celebration. And I've done a lot of work in Kenya. I spend a lot of time there. And it's like some of their moves are so funny and fun. And they're just like, they don't care at all. So first thing is like, drop that caring what you look like because it's not about that at all.
No, and it will free you up in other areas of your life if you're the only person who gets a say in how.
Totally. Absolutely.
Look, you know, like I like joy embodied right now in a Glee Christmas sweater. Would in Western society say that this is professional attire for an interview summit? Probably not. but it's like my personality. I love it. It's exuding joy and like dancing, like toddler dancing. We all smile, no matter how grumpy we are, and even if we don't like kids, when we see a little toddler fully just like hopping around with their little diaper bum to like music or not, they don't care.
They do not. And
Ariel
that just shows
says, you just gotta flow. I love Brooke's dance parties. Like Ariel's your biggest fan, so we're gonna go.
Thanks, Ariel. Thanks for being my biggest fan.
I love it. I love it. So,
And
you talk about connecting to your body. Like, are we, I mean, we are, but can you explain like how the feeling of the disconnect is? Because maybe some of the folks watching are in that disconnected state from their body, and they might be like, oh, I don't know, dancing. Ooh. And like the resistance is tied to the disconnect. Can you like riff on that a little?
yeah, so being disconnected from our body often results feels like anxiety. So often it means that we're overthinking, we're spinning our thoughts, we're overthinking, we're anxious, we're in this overwhelmed, often place. It can also feel like being numb. So not feeling emotions, not feeling things, right? When sadness, when anger, when these emotions are moving through us, we are very connected. We're very in our body versus, and why I use anxiety is a bit different because anxiety is like stuck emotion often. So it's like you've allowed it to hear. So it's like when we can move, when we can get into our body, it often moves and often it's stuck emotion. So it's stuck anger or sadness or frustration or overwhelm, whatever that emotion is. Often we disconnect from our body and go into things like scrolling. Like, have you ever just been on your phone and all of a sudden it's been like an hour, 2 hours,
Yes.
You're not really paying attention to, you're not. And it's like, have I had a drink of water or have I gone to the washroom in the last 2 hours? Like, we're so disconnected from that. Anything that is in the addiction phase, so things like scrolling, food, alcohol, these sorts of things, we're often using those to numb ourselves, which is like exactly the opposite of embodied is.
Yeah, I'm just like feeling so on the journey right now. Yes, I get into that endless scroll. Yeah, a lot of us do. And it's, I think we're seeking the connection, but we're seeking the connection with ourselves and projecting it onto the internet.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because I like when we started, because we're in the same program right now, and it's like an incredible container. Like we're all coaching each other. It's beautiful. It's marvelous. When we started that, I put a timer on my Instagram and on my Facebook because they're business tools, and I should only be using them for that. I don't have it on my chat because some people are allergic to texting, and that's okay. But if I use up all that time, it has to wait until tomorrow. And it's completely changed my anxiety. Like I am on medication for anxiety. I have like post-traumatic stress disorder. It's totally fine. But I used to think it couldn't be cured. And now, like, sorry, Ariel, I used the word cured. I used to think there couldn't be a resolution to all of the unhappy grossness that's associated with this. But getting back into connection with my body, and not, like you said, not caring how I look. Like 2 years ago, there's no way I would have posted that dancing unicorn video, even though I would still do that with my closest friends. I'd be goofy and silly and use my body. I'm a hands talker. Right now, I'm pushing my hands into the mattress so that I don't hit the microphone while I'm talking. You're welcome. But I feel like we desire first and foremost to be connected to ourselves, and we're not. And I think it's beautiful what you do. Can you tell us a little bit about your free gift? And thank you so much for giving us a free gift. All of these speakers, they're like giving us paid stuff so that we can do our things. Oh, we don't have a link from you. Oh, I lost it somewhere. It's fine. We'll get it for y'all. Don't worry.
I'll get you a link.
Okay.
I'll get you a link. So I actually have a chakra healing meditation, which is really fun, even though it's not dance per se. I do a lot of energy healing and dance movement. I'm not just a singular.
Yeah. Multifaceted human beings.
Multifaceted, exactly. And so it's a really beautiful meditation to clear out and align your chakras and really let go of anything that's blocking you in any way.
That's gorgeous.
And just really aligning your energy. It's a beautiful meditation.
Beautiful. Does anyone in the comments right now have questions for Brooke before it's my turn? I'm only a little bit nervous. It's fine.
And then you're going to talk after this.
Yes, I'm next. I'm going to share, maybe Sophie's going to interview me and make fun of me a little bit. And then I'm going to share about how I convert copy using all of your interesting stuff. I'm so grateful that you're here. I wish we had time to go through a little exercise, but could you give us all homework for the next time we're feeling very anxious?
Next time you're feeling anxious, put on a song that just lights you up. A really great way to release any stuck emotion, trauma is even shaking. So just like thinking of the idea of like shaking, letting it out, even making some noise. You know, animals in the wild, you'll see them if they've been chased, if they're in danger, they're often chased. And as soon as they get to safety, they shake. And it's such a beautiful way to release stress and trauma. So just allowing yourself to shake, allowing yourself to move. And then even bringing back some of your old favorite dance moves, like the sprinkler or the shopping cart.
The shopping cart. Like anything that gets you out of your head, right?
Totally. Like the more ridiculous, the better.
And then if you feel brave, you can send it to me or post it as a reel and we will hype you up. We will witness you in that. Let's normalize being silly as a way of medicine. Let's do it.
Yes. It's the best medicine. We focus so much on like going into the trauma, going into, and I do that work as well. But man, like more and more I'm realizing how much silliness, play, and fun are such good medicines for our soul.
Absolutely.
Like they're so important.
I've really noticed, especially in the last while, now that I've learned how to create safety in my body, and a lot of it is through movement and breath work, but I've noticed that a lot of trauma doesn't actually have to be revisited. It can come out just through movement, just through play, just from meeting those needs that I didn't have as a child. As a child, I wasn't allowed to be silly. I wasn't allowed to take up space. Like Ariel was saying earlier, my creative ideas was like, don't you take anything seriously? If any of you had a parent like that, I'm sorry. You don't have to take everything serious. Life is too short to not play. And play unlocks the vulnerability that is required for healing. The amount of times that I've done yoga or I've danced, done like ecstatic dancing, which is like what you're talking about. You just move your body the way it wants to move. Then I've cried, ugly, snotty, can't see, my whole face gets red, and then felt like $1,000,000 for a long period of time. There is science behind all of this. All alchemy, magic, woo, whatever your label for that is, all the metaphysical is the stuff that happens out of what you can see that science hasn't figured out how to explain yet. That's all it is. And I say this as an overeducated person. So all it is like the science hasn't caught up yet. That's all. So there is magic that happens, healing that is unlocked, and that emotion that gets stuck comes out. And I promise you, if you don't cry it out, it will find another way to escape. We can talk about that another time. But I'm so glad that you came and that you shared with us. And then I hope some of you folks who I can see are like, yes, I love this. Thank you so much. I hope that you connect with Brooke because Brooke has a beautiful heart. And I don't know if you've noticed, but she's very grounded. And you're very grounded. And us anxiety havers who are on the healing journey definitely need it. Oh, yes. Let's drop our favorite dancing songs in the chat. Okay, so mine is Can't Stop the Feeling by Justin Timberlake. I made the dorkiest choreographed dance moves to it, like when it came out. I've performed them at lip sync battles. where my dancing style was described as a rhythmic camp counselor. I'm okay with that.
Rhythmic camp counselor.
Yeah, so like you can tell I have rhythm, but you can also tell that I'm definitely not a classically trained dancer. Sophie's is better when I'm dancing from Megan Trainor. Brooke, do you have a favorite song that just lets you, like right now?
Right now,
you,
the
like,
song that I'm really into is called Real Love. It's by Clean Bandit, and it's really good.
There's some good ones in the comments. Thank you so much for being here today. Hey, Sophie, do you have any questions, comments, concerns, champions, whatever for Brooke?
Hi, Brooke. It is so nice to meet you. I love myself a nice happy dance. It's sort of how I, let go of, how do I put this nicely? Mornings are crazy, and there's a really like craziness that happens when you're trying to kick people out of your house and your husband to work, the toddler to kindergarten, and the teenager to high school, and then the losing of the socks, and I don't want to wear these pants. Anyways, I come back home, I have a shower, and I have a happy dance, and I kind of like, I want to sound so mama up here, but you try to keep it all in and not lose your marbles because coffee hasn't happened and mornings are hard. And yeah, happy dance.
I love that. So good. So good.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for being here today. It's my turn.
That was so much fun. I hope you have a great rest of the
It's going to be gorgeous. And Brooke's information is on the website. If you're watching this live stream from the pregame website, you can like scroll down and find all her stuff, her detailed bio, her website, her social media. It's all there.
It's all there. And we'll get that link.
Yeah.
Yes,
just send it to someone's DM and we'll post it.
Perfect. Done.
Okay. Bye for now.
Oh my goodness. All right, so I am slightly excited because I get to introduce Cheryl, and we are going to talk about all things storytelling and what you need to provide a copywriter with to get the best result, which I think is like a seriously epic question, but we're going to get into all the coconuts of this in a second. Cheryl is like a little firecracker. I called you sweet the other day, and what did you said you're not sweet, you are a mocha latte. What did you say?
I was a dirty chai tea. I was sweet and very spicy.
All right, so obviously you all know that Cheryl is extremely talented at what they do, but how I want to introduce Cheryl is completely different today, because I just want to say, I'm not making fun of you, I swear, but I just want to say thank you. As a person who uses the pronouns they, them, and is using their platform to sometimes share some of the struggle, I want to say thank you, because you don't have to do that. And something that I have learned in the past, I don't know many years, let's call it 1 year, is that you can't be an ally, or you can't understand unless you listen, and you can't listen if the people that are going through the struggles are willing to tell you the story. So thank you. And Cheryl has allowed me, this tiny person here, to be more creative, to be more of myself, which says a lot. Seriously, my marketing was getting so boring, I think, from fitting in that box, that posting on social media became not a thing, because I am sorry, but that shit was boring.
Yeah,
right?
and you hate writing copy.
I seriously, oh my gosh, I do. But we're talking about this event, and I'm like, I really love putting dancing unicorn all over the place. And Cheryl goes, I'm all for the unicorn. I was like, you cannot take.
I was like, just do it. Just put a dancing unicorn on there.
And I have not had this much fun creating an event and creating things. And so I want to say thank you before we get into copywriting.
Thank you. That makes me so happy because I'm showing up as my authentic self. Sometimes I'm messy, sometimes I'm put together, sometimes I'm a put together mess. But one thing that is true for why we had the dancing unicorn and why I made the reel and why we picked the colors and why our copy was like ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Yes. It was ridiculous because Sophie and I are. And we were getting clients because Sophie and I teamwork. We're separate, but we're together. We both have our own businesses, but we support one another because Sophie has the mad automation skills. And I literally didn't even know until Sophie asked me this summer that I didn't know and I didn't believe that my ability with words was what it is. Because when you live with yourself all of the time, you take for granted what your skills are. I'm here to tell you that thing that everyone else can't figure out that annoys the shit out of you is something you're gifted in. That is my free piece of coaching. Sophie gets really annoyed when I can't figure out the simplest thing in automation or when I'm making something harder than it needs to be. But that's because it is hard to me and it is easy to her. And we're good friends. So we like to rib each other a little bit about that. Just like I make fun of her when her grammar is wrong, even. So
every day.
She can't help it. She's French. So what I do is I convert copy content. So Sophie has all these videos from this summit and I have all these videos from this summit and I will literally take the things that we've said and shared, make a transcript and turn it into usable content. That's but it's more than that. I transform it so that it matches Sophie's brand and my brand. So we might use the exact same transcript in completely different ways, but it's still glorious and wonderful and beautiful. Why I do that is because when someone hired me to be a copywriter, they think that I'm a mind reader and that from one 40-minute conversation or one intake form, I'm going to be able to emulate their brand voice. This is not the case. The most important thing you can provide a copywriter with, if you're hiring a copywriter or you're hiring a virtual assistant or you want someone to create a sales page or whatever for you, they need to know who you are, who your clients are, and what you're trying to give them. So whether it's a product, whether it's a service, whether it's an outcome, I need to know why that person needs the thing. And I need to know how they feel without it and how they feel once they get it. I don't need to know all of the price points because the idea is to send them to your sales page. Copy that converts from social media, blog posts, and Facebook into sales rarely has the product in the post. It's the story, it's the transformation, it's your brand values. So if you're starting from nowhere, everyone has to start somewhere. Right now, my copywriting Instagram only has 56 followers on it. The very first real post that I posted was a very simple graphic that says, I turn this into this. I turn YouTube videos, reels, whatever, audio things into blogs, into newsletters, into Canva graphics, into blah, 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 blah. And as soon as I posted that, I got so many shares. I got so many comments. I got so many DMs, and I have a tiny audience. I landed a big client. There's someone who I've been wanting to work with for years was I had no idea you do this. Please do it for me. And now they're a regular client and I love it. So those are the most important things that you can give a copywriter. We are not mind readers. We have anywhere from 5 to 150 clients. I do not have the time to do emotional archaeology to try and find what your brand is about. If you are not confident in who you are and what you have to offer, you have a little bit more work to do before you hire a copywriter. That is hard to hear, but I wish more people would say that.
I agree 1,000% because I've been behind the scene on 60 plus summits. I don't know, honestly, I stopped counting because counting is hard, but it is very, very hard to create something for anyone on any purpose if you don't know what you do, who you serve. There is no magic bullet. There's no magical unicorn that you can hire that's going to discover this for you.
This is glorious. I am going to share my screen so that I can whip through a really quick presentation on what it is that I do and how you can do it yourself, or whether or not you're ready to hire someone like me to do it. We only have about 10 minutes before the next speaker comes on, and I really want to honor your time. If anyone has signed up for VIP Pass, you get a 40-minute free consult with me. So I would like to recommend you take advantage of that for sure. And if you haven't signed up for VIP, I recommend that you do, because if what I share with you right now is where you're at, I can certainly help you and take a lot of stress and give you back a lot of your time. Okay. All right. So I feel like I can just go into the window that this is on and then do the things, right, Sophie? Hi, my name is Cheryl, and I know how to use the internet. And this is the other thing that we were talking about a little bit earlier. It's totally okay to be a beginner and to just own it and just let it happen. Okay, so this is the really quick how to reuse and repurpose old awesome content. Awesome is a really important word. So I'll get into that. We don't want to just reuse and repurpose anything we've ever made. We want to make sure that we're using high value or high engaging content. So you better believe I am absolutely reusing the Dancing Unicorn and the Dancing Cheryl, because those have become iconic and now I have to use them. Okay, so we're going to go really quick. An introduction. What the heck is content conversion? Why content conversion not only saves time, but ups your consistency at least 10 times. My favorite tips, tools, and tricks on cutting down the hours you stare at a screen trying to reinvent the wheel. And then an exclusive only to pre-game folks offer that is 45% less than my regular rates, because I love you. Okay. What the heck is copy conversion? So I am not the person who invented this. Just like everything we're teaching you today, it's been around for ages. You can Google it on YouTube, but it'll take you so much time. So let's just have a look and get to it. All of the things that I'm going to teach you today take less time than the amount of time it's taking you to be at our summit, if you know how to use the tools. Okay, so I take what you've done, right? I find out the value inside of what you've done. Like I was talking about with Sophie's Google Doc earlier, where I put like the headlines beside it. I find the things that me as a customer makes me want to hire you. This is why it works so much better to hire a copywriter outside of your team when you're just getting started, because they're not looking at the whole thing. They're just looking at the task that you have at hand. So how many of you have had your kid or spouse or whatever be like, I can't find the TV remote. Where is it? And you're like, it's right on the table. And they're like, I can't see it. And you literally walk into the room and pick it up off the table and hand it to them. This is what a good copywriter can do with what you've already done, because you know who you are. You know what your purpose is. You know who your clients are, and you need someone to bridge the gap. It's not your fault you are not a good writer, or that you don't have the time. You can't have all the skills. I cannot do math. The amount of times I thought we got to 200 participants and then I popped out a calculator and I was like, just kidding. I just really wanted to do the dancing reel, y'all. So what happens, right, is it gives you back your time. You can rest. That's a real life photo of me lying on the chair with my cat instead of being glued to the internet. And it allows you the freedom to like do the things, the reason you became self-employed in the first place, right? Whether it's freedom to travel, whether that's freedom to attend events like this, whether it's the freedom to be with your kids, to take them to Disneyland, I don't know. And the key is consistency. But what it can be is you inspire other people. Your growth goes up, you get more subscribers, you get more interaction, you have a consistent branding across all platforms that has a little bit of a different flavor. Like what you post on LinkedIn is going to be very different than what you post on Instagram. What I post on Facebook is a little less spicy than what I post on Instagram because Facebook has like weird morality police that I could never figure out. So what to choose? So you're going to do this on your own because maybe you don't have the time or the money or whatever to hire someone like me yet. Okay. So what do you choose? You choose something from either your YouTube, your Facebook, your TikTok, your Instagram. If it's a video, you can still use it for writing copy. If there's words attached to it, if you speak, you can use it for writing copy. So something that got a lot of traction or interactions. Bear in mind that interactions aren't always a like or a comment. This is where those insights tools inside of your Instagram, your TikTok, your Facebook, your YouTube, your Pinterest, all of those places can show you. So every time someone goes on my Pinterest that I rarely use and it's like, repins it and it's like, wow, you've got good taste. I'm like, yes, I do. You pay attention to that. You notice what the theme is. Those people are your audience and you want to lean into that theme in your copy creation. So you want something that nails your brand values. If you don't know what your brand values are or you can't articulate them yet, there's a couple of speakers who we pre-recorded their interviews. Go into the library and watch those videos. They do an excellent job. And then it's something that you repeat over and over and over and over again. So when I started teaching in my coaching business, when I started teaching about boundaries and about self-care, the reason I was teaching those things for free as masterclasses is because they were the things that came up every single time I was working with a client. So what is a problem that most of your audience has? You want to make sure that you post about that at least once a week. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel when you post it. Because on average, only like 2% of your audience even sees it. So how do you do it? This is where the magic happens. There are so many tools out there to cut the time it takes to convert audio and video into text. Then you edit it for tone and the the likes, and voila, you have usable content. So this is something that I've done for Sophie in her interviews. She's French. She can't help it. In French, you use indefinite articles. You're welcome. So you say, a lot. It fills the space. It connects the words. When you translate it to English, it doesn't work and people think you're stupid, which is rude of them, but they do. So when Sophie has a transcript, I edit that all out and fix the grammar, and all of a sudden, there's this amazing polished copy. Can you really use the exact same copy across multiple platforms? Okay, here's the real talk. Did any of you get annoyed by our marketing for the thing? And it's fine. You can be honest. You can be like, another email. It's very different than, man, these emails are boring and repetitive. One thing that mine and Sophie's marketing never is boring, but you better believe it's repetitive because we want you to see a dancing unicorn and think pre-game summit. We want you to see someone stressed out about their business and be like, wait, I know who has the solution. We want you to see Nathan Fillion and be like, oh, remember that time we went to this summit and I got all those solutions for my business? Marketing and branding are not the same thing. Branding is not what template I'm using for this, okay? The branding comes from my personality being infused into the tools that I'm using. So you could learn all of these tools just like I did and do it yourself. It took me months to find the ones that I love best. I use Otter and I use Descript. And then I also just use good old-fashioned voice memos. So what I'll do is I'll play a client video or upload it into the software and it'll transcribe everything. And then I take that text out into a Google Doc and I edit it all and I change it all. I can do this really, really quickly because I can read like a university student, like super freaking fast. But do you want to pay for solutions? Do you want to pay for subscriptions? Do you want to learn the services? If you have the time or you're financially unable, then absolutely, yes, you do, because you might not be set up yet to pay someone. So the way that I figure it out, whether or not, like when I was going for the VIP hub, whether or not I wanted to spend forever using all these free programs and trying to stitch them all together, or whether I wanted to pay, at the time it was like $97 a month to get in to the hub and have it all in one place. Okay. For me, $97 a month was stretching, but it wasn't as stretching as having no time, being burnt out, and being unable to show up for my business, right? So the formula that I do whenever I'm hiring anyone for any service is how much I charge for my services per hour, if you charge per hour, or like an estimate. Like if someone were to book a one-on-one call with you, what would it be? The average in the coaching industry is somewhere between $222 on the low end and $2,000 on the high end per hour. Okay. So, and then you times it by 50 hours, which is on average how much time you save hiring a copywriter. Okay. That's $11,000 on the low end and $111,000 on the high end of your time. So what's your time worth? And are you in a position to pay the value of that? Okay, so for you folks, I have a 2-month, a 4-month, or a 6-month option. And there's a link for this. Don't worry about trying to remember all of this. The 2 months is $627 of 2 months of content. I deliver it once a month to your inbox. I go into your social media, into your YouTube, into all of your places, and I convert your content and deliver it to you. 4 months or 6 months. So if it takes you 50 hours a month, that's 50 hours of no clients, no family time, no personal time, etc. So the done for you, what if you could have done for you copy from now until the end of June 2023? What do you get in each package? And yes, I do have monthly payment plans because sometimes that is the only way any of these things are accessible to newly starting businesses. There's a form you can fill out and to choose your bundle, and I will just send it monthly to you. So 2 months is 10 pages of copy and paste content, like I was talking about, 10 Canva graphics, which can be life-saving if you have not had consistent branding, and 1 offer or sales copy. So I will write the customer journey start to finish, either on your web page or in your email. It's totally up to you and where you're at. 6 months, it goes up and includes some other things. We'll post the slides for this or whatever somewhere so y'all can take a look at them. I really want to honor everyone's time right now. So do you beautiful, lovely humans have any questions for me? Okay, I have to open this window so I can see them now. Every day. Okay, grab my free gift. So my free gift is a newsletter template. This one is definitely not a free, but I love you. Hey, Sophie, how'd I do?
Awesome. Yeah.
I said all of that in 4 minutes. Wow, I'm really impressed with myself.
This script is definitely one of my favorites because I have tons of filler word. I could literally read it and I'll still have to remove about 100. It's a skill. It's a skill. Awesome. So if you have questions for Cheryl, let's pop them in the chat. And we are going to welcome the next speaker and we'll get back. We'll have lots of time to answer some more of the questions. So let's welcome Starlight. Hello.
Hey. How's it going, everybody?
This is my turn. Hi. I'm so excited to have this discussion with you. And we are talking about my newest obsession, quizzes as a list for building, but it's a super tool. So I'm very, very, very excited. Let me just say that one more time. Starlight is a business strategist.
Are you excited?
And a community launch specialist. Her purpose is to light the way and amplify visionary entrepreneurs, leave legacies of love. She helps entrepreneurs, business owners, leaders, experts grow and scale their business thanks to the game-changing support. They're impacting the world and seeing success on their own terms. In her past life, Starlight designated and launch product on every device and platform. And she's also the lead investor for three
Inventor.
international, I know, big words for me today, three international patent and advisor and strategist to entrepreneur startup founder for 10 years. You do not look that old.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. She
Looks so
lives and works
deceiving, maybe.
mostly from the Caribbean and enjoys the island life and helping visionary succeed. Which I'm a little jealous. I'm not gonna lie. I had to shovel snow today, so
Yeah, that's so far out of my reality. I don't even know what snow is anymore. I don't recommend whatever that is.
it's hell. That's what it is. All right, so let's talk quizzes. For me, list building is one of the most important things that you can do into your business because the reality is that is the foundation of a long term and sustainable and less energy draining business. And a quiz is like this little magical tool that we can use in our business to grow our list. So let's just start with what's a quiz?
Yeah, well, what's a quiz? So, part of the reason, I'm a business strategist, and a lot of people are like, why are you talking about quizzes, right? And the truth is that there's one of my favorite things, and why I like to call my business Bottled Lightning, is because I like to reveal the framework underneath everything that really works in helping people have massive success, right? And when you begin to dissect what helps people have success, like you mentioned, having a really robust list is part of it. And so I began investigating what are some of the most effective ways of growing your list and what sort of tools to use to make that happen. And quizzes continued to show up over and over and over again. So there's a few reasons why quizzes are so effective. One, they're versatile AF. There's all sorts of ways that you can serve your clients and give them results and nurture the audience and reflect back to them something that they desire in a quiz that is essentially designed to capture information about them. From a business perspective, the one thing that you never want to stop doing with your audience is continuing to learn more about who your people are and what your customers need. And a quiz is just one of the easiest ways in order to do that. It also appeals to people's natural human nature where they want to talk about themselves, right? When we sit down and we get to know each other, it's my job to entice little bits out of you to make you feel like we have a rapport. Now, so many people are doing a lot of this hard work in connection during discovery calls, which means that once you begin to get really busy with client work, it can be a little bit overwhelming to have time for discovery calls. Sometimes a discovery call reveals that somebody's not a great fit for you, or they're a better fit for a smaller product that you have, right? There's all kinds of problems that a quiz can solve. But the key reason that I think a quiz is so effective at list building is because inevitably people like it when you tell them what you think about them after they tell you about you. So we can think of like archetype quizzes. We can be like, what's your astrological sign? What's your human design? These are things that immediately perk up people's minds because they like to understand more about themselves through the lens of other people's perspective. And so when you have a quiz that essentially tells them a few things, either this is the sort of person or archetype that you are, or this is how well you're doing on a scale of X to Z, or this is the biggest obstacle that you have and here's how to solve it, it inevitably makes people want to get that information. And that in itself is core to a lead magnet and really growing your list. Then you throw on the fact that as soon as you tell me what my little special thing is and show me my little special badgie or some little thing that gives me my archetype, the next thing I want to do is what? Turn around and ask my friends what theirs is, right? What did you get when you took that quiz? And so there's an element of the quiz that continues to be this snowball effect of continuing to grow while being a really great lead growth opportunity.
I love that. And it's so true. I did a quiz on Kay Putnam, and I'm sorry if I'm not saying her name properly, all about branding, because branding is my 2023 focus, branding and quizzes. And I shared it with everybody. I was like, oh my gosh, what archetype are you? Because you have like hero and caregiver and lover, and I don't remember all the other rest. I know there was like 12. But it's so exciting because then you get to compare, and then people get to say like, yeah, that is so true. Oh my gosh, that's so you, because we're always looking for that validation, even if
Yeah,
we
it's
that.
human nature. We can't help ourselves. Tell me about me. Put me in a box and then let me fight my way out of that box. Yeah,
Right?
we
Let
love
me
it.
prove it wrong or right. Anyways, we love it. We love it. And it is so much more exciting than please fill out that quiz. No, not that quiz. Please fill out
Yeah,
that survey so that I can get to know more about you. Because that quiz is like more like a gift. It's more like there's like an exchange. You're getting something, I'm getting something. Everybody's excited. It's a party. And a
yeah,
survey is more, I see it more as like one way. Like
yeah.
you're just gonna
The other
use it
thing
to
that's
sell to me, so I don't
really
want to do it.
absolutely. The other thing that's super valuable is that a quiz functions as a Swiss Army knife to deliver whatever outcome it is that you really need in your business. So generating leads is just one example, right? Growing your audience is one example. Accelerating your audience through a know, like, and trust phase is really easy to do with a quiz because you can put your personality into it. And again, by asking them to talk about themselves and then reflecting back to them what it is they need, you've demonstrated that you're somebody who listens, who's trustworthy, and who has a solution for them. And then when you're ready to begin marketing your business on Evergreen and Autopilot, you can essentially accelerate through the discovery call process and offer them the exact service or offering that they need at the end of those results and go, look, based on what you told me, you're this, this, and this. I know you're like this because you've shown this, this, and this symptom. And my best advice to you is put this into action. And if you want to be serious about it, here's an offer to make it easy for you. How much of that conversation has to be done across social media, on your email list, on your website, in one-on-one calls? It's a whole lot of work, but a quiz funnel really, because it's more than just the quiz itself, but a quiz funnel really makes, I really believe that a strategic quiz funnel can become a money engine for your business that continues to run and generate business for you even while you sleep.
I freaking love all of it. Hello, caffeine. Um, so as somebody who tries, right, a lot of things, and like you said, you've tried the quizzes and you've tried other things, what would you say, words are hard, is the difference in the conversion from having a quiz as the lead magnet to your business versus a free gift?
Sure. So let's say, for example, um, one of the most influential factors in having a successful business is understanding your target customers, and not just understanding them and having empathy for them, but knowing where they are on their customer journey and what stage they are on their customer journey. When you have a lead magnet on your website, whether it's a download or a tool or whatever, that lead magnet really is only speaking to one segment of your target customers at one point in their journey. There's no way of knowing if Jennifer, who just randomly happened across your site today, is actually a great fit for the tool that you created. Whereas if I was able to ask Jennifer 2 or 3 questions, I would be like, oh, girl, you don't need my checklist. You need the super duper little worksheet that I've got. That will actually help you on your way. Now, I can have 3 or 4 lead magnets. And with a quiz, I can give the exact one that my clients or potential clients might actually need. Therefore, again, demonstrating my value and actually helping them along their journey. It's lead magnets we have the risk, especially as entrepreneurs, of being like, okay, I have to have a lead magnet, check, I have something on my site, and it's getting leads. But here's the thing, a good lead magnet needs to be over 40% opt-in. That's pretty high, right? That's how you know 40, 50, 60%, that's the goal, because then you have a lead magnet that appeals to a large part of your audience. But a quiz can hit something like a 70% completion rate, and still meet and offer something to someone at every stage along their business, right? When we create a lead magnet, it's really easy to just be like, okay, I have a lead magnet, check. If people come to my site, they can have it, right? But a really great quiz or a really great lead magnet is actually converting at a much higher rate. And so why not set yourself up for success and your clients up for success by asking them a few small questions to actually help them get what it is they really need? And it's just a slam dunk across the board. It's a lot. It is more work, right? Here's the thing, like, you can sprinkle some seeds in the grass and hope for the best and let them grow. And some will grow and some will get washed out and some will be eaten by weeds and one or two things will grow. An engine that continues to spin and grind and pull people in and create momentum and move something forward is more complicated. It takes more time to build. It's definitely more strategic. There's more pieces involved. And yet an engine that grows my business versus I hope some of these seeds take root, or it's just a next level way of going about building your business. I see this comment that says, I have a 1% conversion rate on your lead magnet. Girl, then just between you and me, your lead magnet is not hitting the mark, right? People don't want it. It's something that like freebie seekers might like, or like it's hitting one person here and there. But if it's at 1%, it's time to go back and learn more about what your customers really need and give them something that they just can't get enough of. Because when they just can't get enough, your list will grow so much faster. It will grow on its own if you're not having to fight to get people to opt in.
Because you're hitting the same amount of people, but you're gaining more. So you're working less to get the same amount, if not more, people onto your email list, which is key because time is.
And you look like a superhero. You look like a freaking psychic who understands what it is they need. And you're that like, know, and trust process takes time and effort. And so a quiz supersedes so much of that by psychologically getting over the fact that somebody needs to see you 27 times on social media before they actually begin to pay attention to your message, or they really need to, like, maybe they're going to open an email or maybe they're not. When you have somebody answering questions, they're not doing anything else. They're not multitasking. They're not jumping around. They're literally telling you about themselves. And the minute that they're done telling you about themselves and they go, yeah, send me those results, you've never had more of their undivided attention than you will have right in that moment. So why not capitalize on that high value moment to actually take the next step with them?
I love that. So what would you say to the people that find quizzes a little intimidating at the moment?
Listen, the more comfortable, I'm just going to say this broadly, the more comfortable you can get with being uncomfortable and intimidated, the easier it is going to be to grow your business, because there is no end to feeling intimidated or feeling uncomfortable or growing, right? Quizzes are more advanced in the context of how you design them and how you build them. But you need to focus on, first, you decide the outcome that you want at the end of the quiz. I know in our minds, we start out with like, okay, I'll have a quiz. And then what questions should I ask? I don't know. And then what results are I ask? I don't know. That mental pathway is the opposite of how we actually should think about a quiz. The quiz should start with, what is it that I want to happen at the end of this quiz for myself and for my business? What is my end goal? Okay. Now, once I have a clear outcome of what I want to happen at the end of this quiz, I can say, what is the invitation that I'm going to make to my audience that they just can't resist, that will get them to take this quiz? Now we've got the outcome and we've got the invitation. Now we can focus on the weird little wobbly bits in the middle of like what questions are appropriate to ask to take them from, here's the thing I can solve for you, to here's the thing that you asked me for that you didn't even know you asked me for, right? It requires a flip in thinking. But it's totally doable. And like I said, my superpower is turning things into frameworks and steps and formulas so that you don't really have to like wrestle with your feelings about how you do it. You can just begin to go through the process.
I love that. I love that. Always start with the end in mind is key to business. If you're launching, if you're having a summit, if you're like, you can't, because you're right, it does not make sense. Yeah. Because you don't know where you're going.
I think one of the coolest things about being a business strategist and helping my clients is helping them break away from the default mode of thinking and in thinking about something new, experience how much easier it is, right? Because sometimes that's a little bit tricky. But the minute that we're willing to like let go of our preconceived ideas, and that applies to like how many freaking things in life, right? But the minute that you can let go of your preconceived ideas and come at an idea from a different direction, especially when you have guidance, it's just rife with opportunities to level up and innovate.
Love that. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your seriously epic free gift that you have for everybody?
Yeah, totally. So the quiz planner the quiz planner includes part of my signature framework in helping people work out that messy middle bit. And it really takes the knowledge that you understand about your target customers and puts it into a framework that you can then use to guide your quiz planning. Obviously, it takes a little bit of time and muscle work, like you're going to sit and think about it and put some pieces together. But when you do, you'll have actually a document that becomes a strategic powerhouse for your business in a lot of ways, not just the quiz itself. But this quiz planner, it's the workbook that I use with my clients to help them do it. It's the step-by-step to make it happen. And then there's the quiz masterclass where I go through as to whether or not a quiz is right for your biz or not. And I'm sure that's part of the other levels and bundly bits. If you're a part of the package, you'll see that I've got a couple of different ways that I come at creating a quiz for your business so that you can use it in whatever terms you need to.
I love that. Quiz is definitely my obsession for 2023. And I'm so excited. Like I cannot even. So if a quiz is started to pique your interest, let us know into the comments so we can nerd on it together. I want to say thank you so much, Starlight. You are literally like a bright star. I just love everything about you, your offer, your personality, and it's been an absolute pleasure to interview you twice for this this event. Cheryl's in the comment and says, "Let's hang out." All right. I am so grateful for you. And
you as well. Thanks for having me. It's a delight to be here.
We'll chat with you soon.
Ciao.
Oh my goodness. We're already, hi Alex. We're already on with the next speaker. Things are rolling this afternoon and I'm excited to welcome Alex Lianne Carter to this discussion. Hi Alex.
Hey Sophie, hi everybody.
Okay, so I know Alex very well. I'm going to give Alex a quick introduction, but I'm excited because even though I have interviewed Alex quite a few times and we know each other very well, this is the first time that we are talking about how to increase your worth. So I am excited. So actually, you know what? I'm going to ditch your whole bio and I'm going to tell people what I think.
I love it.
I think about you. Okay, so first off, Alex Lianne Carter is a master neurocoach. I mean, she's much more, but she knows how to neuro hack the brain. And what that means to me and what that has, manifested in my life is like a catapult. We talked about this in our previous interview, but like how I would describe Alex, honestly, in very simple word, is that she is an action coach. And if you are stuck, she can basically go from like stuck in cement to catapult into action and into success, into results. So I'm really excited to have this discussion with you.
Yeah, well, I know it's definitely a topic we haven't really dove in. We often talk about neurohacking your productivity, neurohacking your success. However, when you and I were talking, just having a lot of conversations with different leaders and entrepreneurs at the moment. And at the end of the day, when we're looking at, 2023, looking at the pre-game, right, being able to set yourself up for success for next year, I mean, this is the foundation when you look at your worth. Because when you look at building your business, when you look at, the prices that you put out there and when you're exchanging your time for money, right, the productivity piece, a lot of it is going to stem from your worth. And when I think back to your journey, Sophie, and I was thinking about this today, like I just look at you now, like 2 years, right, since we first started working together and we knew each other beforehand
too. But when I started coaching with you, right? And when I had you walk through the process and we started like really neuro hacking your success, when I was thinking in the last couple of days, one of the big shifts I noticed in you is that you stepped into your worth, right? You stepped into your true authentic self. And look at this amazing event now, right? Like that is the message I sent you this morning. I said, this event is so fun. Like I'd love to know, guys in the chat, if you don't like that, you're like, yeah, this is so much fun. And that Sophie and Cheryl are just showing up as true authentically who they are. And that's a big thing. And a lot of times when we show up in our businesses and we show up in our lives, we're oftentimes trying to replicate a mold, right? Replicate what other people expect of us, how other people see us. And I spent so much time doing that. And Sophie, I know you did too back in the military, right? Trying to really show up like how other people want us to show up. We need to present ourselves in a certain way, right? Leadership is very lonely at the top. If we want to be respected, we need to do this. We need to act this way. We need to do that. We're being dictated by everybody else, by outside of us, by society. And what's really important to dive into, if you guys are not aware of this, but 90% of our results and our success come from the thoughts, the beliefs that are stored in our subconscious mind. So let me repeat that again. 90% of our success, our results, come from the decisions that we take and the actions that we make that come from the subconscious. So that's mind-blowing. 90%, and honestly, some research is saying 97% these days, which means that you're only consciously aware of a very small percentage of what you're creating, of your results. Everything else is coming from the subconscious, right? And here's the reality: we can't outperform our subconscious. And that's why so many high achievers, they burn out. So many high achievers find themselves frustrated and feeling deflated and are not creating the businesses that they want, are not experiencing the success, because they're not actually creating a business based on what they want to create or a life that they want to create. They're living life by default based on somebody else's vision and someone's expectations. So I want to know in the chat, like, are you guys living life on your terms? Are you building life the way that you want to your business? Or are you doing it based on what other people are telling you? Right?
I don't think you can truly love business until you come to the terms of doing it on your own terms with your own personality and your own ice cream flavor into it, right? Like it's just not enjoyable. So maybe that's one of the questions you need to ask yourself if you're not enjoying business right now. Because I was not for a little bit. I went with like classic branding with soft colors. There is nothing like that about me. Can we just be honest? It's just not me, right? But I wanted to look good on social media. And then we sort of flipped for this event, and I am all in, okay, with the fun and the excitement. And if we can learn in a really excited way, this just made me feel happier, more excited to create content, more excited to show up in places that I honestly was over it, like Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah. Well, and I'm loving some of the comments that are coming in, right? Like moving into my own terms, right? Starting to do it a bit more about me. So my invitation for you guys is to think, okay, what's it going to take? What's it going to take for you to become Unleashed in 2023? I mean, that's actually the name of my podcast, Unleashed Unstoppable, right? Because this is oftentimes what holds us back, right? Because of what other people are going to think of us, right? And we wanting to look good. We want to be accepted. You know, we hear a lot of doing this and doing that, right? And oftentimes it breaks us from who we truly authentically are, right? We keep thinking about what other people are going to think of us, right? We want to get clients, we want to grow our businesses. So we want to do all the things so that we grow our businesses and we get more clients. And we very easily can lose ourselves in this process. And it's when you tap into who you truly authentically are and you show up that way, then people are then attracted to you because they know that's who you are. They're connecting with who you are on a subconscious level, but it also ties to knowing your worth. And that's the big thing that I would say the big breakthrough for Sophie. The reason why Sophie was able to go from 0 to 6 figures, and it was 8 months or less, right? Was because of you owned your worth, right? You owned your worth. You stepped into your zone of genius, which is something that I help my clients really tap into, is really getting clear on their zone of genius. And I know that's what, that was a big breakthrough for you, Sophie, right?
Yeah.
Zone of genius, tapped into who you truly were. You stopped living life on everybody else's terms. You started living life on your own terms, unapologetically, because that's a big thing, right? We can try to live life on our own terms, but we're still trying to people please, right? Still try to be accepted by other people. It's a moment, that's when you can become really unleashed, right? When you're able to do that. This is vital missing piece for real. Yeah, exactly, right? So I know I have a short period today to talk, but I wanted to walk you guys through an exercise.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, I know. This is not, I know I usually like do a lot more, talking about the neurohacking, but this is a neural hack. This exercise is a neural hack. So I may actually ask for support, Sophie, because I'm not exactly sure the best place to type this so that the audience could also get the text of this.
Okay.
But I want you guys to think about somebody that, like, your ride or die, like the person that you would jump in front of a bus for to save. Like, this person is on your heart. You would give the world for them. Okay, so I want you guys all think about that. You can drop it in the chat, the person that comes to mind for you. You could just say, yeah, raise your hand if you've got that person, but really, who would you be willing to, jump in front of a bus for? I know that sounds not so great, but you're ride or die, right? That you stand for. Like, when the people that you see are playing small, the people that you see have so much more potential in them, and yet they're not living to their full potential. The people that you see are living their life based on somebody else, and you know that there's so much more. Yeah, my children, yes. Maybe some of you might say your husbands or your wives or your brother or your sister, or maybe it's your mom or your dad. But we want to make sure that you have this person, okay? Then next to this person's name, before I say this, I'm gonna lean into inviting you to trust this process, because there's a very, on a neuroscience exercise level of really tapping into your worth, this is something that we get to experience. It's going to feel very uncomfortable, and I'm already going to put that out there, right? But lean in and trust me with this, okay? Because again, these are the missing pieces that are standing in your way from really becoming unleashed in 2023 and having that breakthrough year, okay? So what I want you to write next to this person's name is, you don't have enough value to bring to the world. So I'm going to use my daughter's example to help here. So, and even I get emotional. Abigail, you don't have enough value to bring to the world. That hurt. Like, I can feel it. And I want you to write down everything on it. I want you to write down now everything that you know is not true. I want to write everything that you know is true about that person. So I'm actually going to pull mine up here because I actually have mine written down. This is what's super important, is that you're able to really fight for this person. So like the mama bear in you, right? The papa bear in you, or the sister, write down all the things that are coming up. So what I wrote for Abigail was, that is not true. Right? That's not true. Of course she has enough value to bring to this world. That's not true. Right? She's beautiful. She's full of spunk. She lights up every room that she walks into. She's determined. She's fearless. Keep on going. Okay, I want to give you guys some time. Like, write all the truth about your children. Write all the truth about your loved one. Right? Write it all down. Write it all down. Hopefully, we can give you guys about a minute to do this. I know I love to talk, so it's like the space of a minute.
I mean, that's all good. The first time you told me that exercise, I was like legit mad at you. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? I'm not doing this. Sophie has a bit of attitude. It's okay.
Right? Write down all the things that is true about that person. Right? Hopefully this is enough time. And you guys can even write in the chat too what's coming up for you guys.
So much. I feel like when you have that person in mind, you can write so much.
Yeah. And what's really cool is what you've written about them actually could become something you could even put in a Christmas card about them. Because it's actually a very beautiful gift when you realize what you believe about them. And for them to be able to see that you see that in them. The person is the most powerful human I've ever met, and they don't even know it. Yes. Yes. So here's the next step. And this is also maybe might have you feel uncomfortable. Everywhere where you put the name of the person that you wrote down. So for me, everywhere that I wrote the name Abigail or I put her, I want you guys to cross it out. And I want you to write I. So I'll repeat that again. Everywhere where you wrote down the name of the person that you love, your ride or die, where you wrote their name or you wrote her or he, the pronoun, whatever you wrote down, cross it out and write I.
It's so beautiful.
Because everything that you wrote down about that person is true about you too. You're welcome. Right? If you were to ask anybody who knows you, they would say that everything that you wrote down about that other person is true about you too. Now, here's what's really important to understand. Your brain is attracted to negativity bias, right? You are 9 times more negative to yourself than you are in your loved ones. That's why saying something like this to a loved one is heartbreaking, because you know right away it's not true. But yet you are most likely extremely critical of yourself, right? You're looking yourself in the mirror and you're, giving yourself this negative feedback. You never feel good enough. You never feel like you're doing good enough here, that your business isn't where you want to. And it's constantly negative self-doubt, self-criticism, judgment. And you don't see yourself in the way that other people see you. But if you are not able to step into your worth and then show up in the world, in your business with your worth, then how on a subconscious level the people around you can then be enrolled in your business and in your worth, right? We're asking people to invest in your business, which is also investing in you. But if you don't see your power and you don't see your worth and you don't own your confidence in what you're doing, then how are the people around you supposed to do that too?
I love that. Now somebody's doing the exercises right now. How often do they need to do this exercise again or reread it, right? Because, I think this is a powerful, make me cry. This is a powerful exercise, but we are like tiny little squirrels with shining syndrome objects.
Tiny, a shiny object syndrome. Shiny object syndrome. That's what you're looking for.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we are going to forget. I don't know that once is enough.
So I love that question, Sophie, because I was going to say there's a third step to this. Okay. So first, step 1 is saying it to the other person. Step 2, changing all those their names to I. The third step is recording it. Reading this out loud about yourself in the I statements, and then recording it and listening to it as you wake up and as you fall asleep. I know Sophie's taking notes. Thank you. The power by doing this, right? You talk about setting the intention for the day, right? You wake up with that intention. You hear all these positive things because, again, 90% of what we hear is actually quite negative. And so being able to get yourself grounded in your own voice of how amazing and powerful that you are, and hearing that helps you step into those uncomfortable situations. That helps you put yourself out there and be visible. That helps you put yourself out there and be vulnerable and be authentic and be you, which is going up against sort of the status quo. It's going up against what you're constantly hearing. So being able to stand in your power and see how amazing you truly are and owning your worth. Because you can you can go out there and do all the processes and follow all the systems, right? But if you don't see your worth, you're just doing a bunch of things for the sake of doing them. when you show up and operate from owning your worth, from seeing how amazing you are, living life on your own terms, building a business on your own terms, unapologetically, things you will see completely shift. And that's what I saw in Sophie. That's what I've seen in all of my clients that I work with, because they own their worth. They own their voice. And as entrepreneurs, that's the number one thing of entrepreneurship. You got to own your voice. You got to own your uniqueness, your zone of genius. And you got to be able to be uncomfortable, because guess what? Not everyone's going to be on the same page as you. Not everyone's going to see it the same way that you are. But as long as you see it, then anything becomes possible for you, right? 90% of our results come from the daily actions and decisions from our subconscious. And the subconscious is influenced by the exterior, right? By what we hear, by what we see, by what we experience. We're in a very noisy world. To start your day and get grounded in your value, in your worth, is priceless. So,
I mean, who is not feeling seriously motivated right now? I'm just bringing Cheryl on the screen.
Was not expected to get coached today.
I could see them just like, oh my God, in the background. And I'm going to put the link of your freebie if we can absolutely continue this discussion.
Yeah, I was clapping like a dork. Like, Sophie's next. So if there's a little more to say, or there's someone who wants to share what's coming up for them, we've got time for this. I also would love it if you ran a challenge on this at all and make my entire Facebook group sign up for it. I love it.
Definitely. Well, we're always tweaking our challenges, but yes, definitely.
It just takes the sting out of thought reprogramming. It bypasses the junk and gets straight to the heart. And I think that's beautiful. Like, I'm like, oh, because I'm the one who said, because you can't see that I said it, I'm the one who was like, they're the most powerful person I've ever met, and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
And yes.
Yeah.
Although I do believe that more about myself than I used to, but this human being I used to always put on a pedestal, and now I'm realizing that we're just right beside each other. You know? It's like beautiful.
And we do enter, so I think especially as entrepreneurs, we do enter this world, we are comparing ourselves to others, right? Like, it's just a natural nature thing that we do. But I love what you said there, Cheryl, because it's about putting ourselves, on the same playing field. We might be at different stages of our journey, right? But
I'll copy and paste that and put it in Facebook. Sorry.
We're all right. I mean, we're all entrepreneurs. We're on this journey together, right? And we do find ourselves constantly comparing ourselves. We compare our chapter 1 to somebody else's chapter 20.
Yes.
Right.
So true.
And so,
mind blown and feeling so empowered, because I also want to, did anybody else feel like that? Like, when you're saying this garbage that you're saying about yourself to the ride or die, like, there is nausea, okay? Like, there's a whole lot of like exterior and very physical symptoms that happens where like you can't even, like, saying it out loud is like something I'm almost not even able to do. But it's all the garbage that I would say about myself. Like, how empowering is this exercise? Because I don't think that or that you believe maybe that you have these thoughts behind the scene in your head. It's not behind the scene, the word, but I'm escaping. Words are hard. You don't believe.
You're French. It's fine.
Level. I know. You don't believe into certain level that you're the problem.
Yeah.
I'm like very engaged and typing into the Facebook group. I feel like people watching the playback need to know that Sophie and I are the virtual assistant. So they don't think I'm not listening. This is beautiful. That's my insecurity. It's fine. We're real people.
Awesome. Well, before you leave us, Alex, do you want to tell us a little bit about the free gift?
Yeah.
We have a money mindset. Money mindset course that you're offering to everybody for free.
Yeah, so talk about your worth, right? Owning your worth and seeing your worth. This ties into money and money stories. And a lot of times, not a lot of times, it is influenced by our upbringing, right? Things like money doesn't grow on trees and you got to work hard for your money and all these things, right? So what this course is really to walk you through. It's a step-by-step kind of process of kind of like sort of a similar exercise in terms of like looking at this question today about your worth is to look at money, is to be able to take the time, and that's my invitation, to take the time to really connect with the questions and to go through it and really process. And just like we invite you, or I invite you, I say we because there's my business partner who helped put this together, that, you know, I invite you to listen to this, what you wrote today about being worthy, then it also is linked on the neuroscience process with your money. So if you're looking at increasing your wealth and your income, right, in 2023, these are very step-by-step neuroscience-based questions that we invite you to work through and then do a recording, which I always like to call my brain activation. So it's your brain wealth activation to help you, bust through the limiting beliefs that you might have around money, about earning money, about creating wealth, so that you can, truly become unleashed and unstoppable.
It's beautiful.
Thank you so much, Alex. Now, I always love our interviews, but I feel like I'm putting this chat at the top of my favorite ones.
Well, thanks, guys. And I guess you'll have my links to drop. I mean, head on over to the podcast, take a listen to the podcast. We're always looking at neurohacking, your success, diving into a lot more of what we talked about today on the podcast. And we stand for you. We stand for what you get to create. We stand for your vision. And we acknowledge that we don't always are in a world that is necessarily supportive of the things that we want to create. And so we are there to stand for you and helping you break through and neurohack your productivity, your wealth, and your success, so that you can truly create that life and business on your own terms, unapologetically.
Yay. I'm definitely going to go add that to my podcast thing. I'm always looking for podcasts that are not the same as everyone else's. And it sounds like this is like right up my alley. You know what I mean. Everyone who's a coach and an entrepreneur has heard the exact same salesy podcast. This is helpful beyond thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thanks for having me, Sophie and Cheryl. It was great to be here. And I look forward to connecting. If anybody listening out there has more questions, want to dive deeper, because this is really, this is just the tip of the iceberg of what gets to be created. And just seeing Sophie's transformation, it's always a gift and a pleasure to be able to speak to her audience and to bring you guys the things that we were never taught in school. We were never taught these things in school. And it's what holds us back in creating the lives that we want to be creating. So thanks, guys, for having me. Thank you for putting this amazing event together. And I look forward to connecting with the listeners if you guys have more questions about what I, dove in today.
I am sure there will be lots more. The replay will be available until Friday. So bring on the questions.
Does anyone have a question right now that's in the thing?
Oh, yeah.
You can post it. If any of the speakers aren't inside of the Facebook group, we'll make sure they get their questions because we won't know how to answer them. So we'll make sure to pass them on.
Awesome. Thank you
I've been kicked out of Facebook, so.
Oh, here we go. Well, thank you so much, Alex. Again,
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate your time and your knowledge bombs today.
Bye.
Bye for now. And now,
All right.
a word from our sponsor. Just kidding. Okay. That was so incredible. Like,
Right? I was mad. the first time she said it. I'm like, you want me to do that?
it's
Are you
probably
serious?
like worse for parents than childless folks to emotionally do that trick. But it was beautiful.
It was hard.
I'm
Yeah,
going to go and actually do it and give it the time it deserves instead of just like one sentence.
Definitely. You might have to sit with yourself there for a second because it is very, it is an emotional process, right? Now we had a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take the opportunity of my time, the next 10 minutes, to just answer one of the questions that we had earlier. And Cheryl, you may have to remind me the name of who that had the question. It was a beautiful Kaylee. Kaylee has a
Yes, Kaylee. We're circling back to Kaylee's question.
All right, so if you're still here, Kaylee, pop in the chat. Okay, so this is a business that is a physical business. It has a physical product to it. So if this was me, this is what I would do. And this is why business is very personalized, and the business strategies that I'm going to give Kaylee doesn't mean that it's a good business strategies for you. So it is really, really special when you get to really dive down as to what the person, where the person is and what the person needs. I'm French and I talk fast, so my apologies. So Kaylee has a salt scrub business, which she harvests all by herself. Oh my gosh, so amazing. Down in Nova Scotia, which is one of my favorite places to be. So that's awesome. She right now does face-to-face, but she wants to transition online, right? And she had a problem with sort of getting lost into the business. Well, first of all, if you have a physical product that you're selling face-to-face and you want to start your online presence, there are websites that I would highly suggest that you can hop on, such as Etsy. Not, I was swearing French there for a second. Etsy and Shopify. Etsy is free, though they do take a portion of what you make. And I'm gonna make an assumption, so do check. This Shopify is a paid service, but do check it out. I might be totally wrong, so my apologies for that. So this is your first step into getting into the online world. Now, what I would do is I would start the online world with having online party. This is an online party, okay? Just like when you're going to the market and showing your face into like Christmas markets, fall markets, face-to-face events, you want to do the same thing online and not sell one-to-one, but one-to-many, right? So just like as we sometimes think that a webinar type class does not work because it doesn't have a physical product, but you can host a party just like a masterclass.
Yeah.
So you're teaching me something about how to use that scrubs. What are the properties? Why is it good for you? I literally know nothing about sea scrub aside that it's probably really awesome and smells awesome. But I know nothing. So you can teach me some stuff about it. And then the last 30 minutes, the last 15 minutes, whatever, you can have, okay, well, I have 2 of these right now as a bundle for this price, that type of stuff. So for me, that's what comes up. That would be one of the first things that I would do is I would create an online presence, even if it's a small one on Etsy and Shopify. I would start to host online parties and I would look in ... a referral program.
Also, I have an idea.
Oh,
I have
go
an
for
idea.
it.
So just like we had a VIP offer, we have a VIP offer, it's $27, lifetime access, blah, 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 blah. If you have a physical product, you can sell a VIP like box with like a cutoff, right? And you can send people sample sizes that are worth a use to them. They're paying you, so you're not losing thousands and thousands of dollars. And then at your live party, you can demo the products and they can do it on themselves. What? Carry on.
Yes, but keep it simple. They're not here to give you a plan that's going to overwhelm you and contribute to some burnout. Keep it simple and remember that you can improve one thing every single month. So maybe even you go like by quarter. So maybe this quarter you're going to start your online presence. That's cool. That's okay. You get to improve it every week, all of that good stuff. And maybe the second quarter, once we get into spring and maybe Nova Scotia has more markets during that time, you can decide, okay, so I'm going to start like online parties or that type of stuff. So take it one by one, but I would highly suggest to start your online presence. Sell one to many is always a plus. Your time is valuable, and look into a referral program. I have ran an entire business to 6-figure with referrals only. It works if people are loving your product. And if you send me an email, I interviewed somebody on this specific subject for a summit I did in May, and I will send you the interview. The person is in the medical field. She has like bombs and stuff that she makes herself, and she grows her entire business through referral, which is seriously epic. I will send you that.
And like referral sounds like a scary word, but think of it this way. When you find something that you love, you tell people. Referral pays people for loving your stuff one way or another, whether it gives them points, whether it gives them a coupon after they hit so many, whether it's an affiliate program, whatever works for you. So if you're just starting, like I don't know where Kaylee's like overhead is and what her revenue is, but say your revenue was like you were making enough but not enough to like give anything away. You would then do the points programs. How many of you are so friggin' loyal to like your skincare brand, or like for me with like I live in Canada and I use PC points to pay for my groceries all the time. And I'm a sucker for those. So like incentives to share, yes, it's very doable to go from physical to online without overwhelming yourself. And you might actually find that some of the people who come to markets would prefer to do it online because they might only be going to that market to see you and one other person. And if they can just order online and have it dropped off or pick it up or whatever, it saves them all that time.
It's about building that relationship that can last longer than just your face-to-face interaction.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have a Q&A. I can keep talking later on, but I know that Marielle is in the waiting area, and
yeah,
it is
absolutely
crazy early her time. So let's welcome Marielle to the show.
Hi, Marielle. Where are you?
Australia.
Thank you for not sleeping to be here.
That's okay. Happy to be here.
Okay,
right,
so I'm gonna take this call so Sophie can like pee or something because she's been on the internet for like 6 hours or something.
Oh my goodness.
Sophie, there's a question in the chat asking where you would do a referral program from, because I've had a couple of clients ask. So if you want to hop into the Facebook group and answer that or come back on later, that would be cool. Just so y'all know, we're not like losing your questions, but we have limited time with our speakers, so we'll circle back. Okay, so this is Marielle, and you are a brand and web designer. Your templates and services have helped hundreds of entrepreneurs stand out, which is the key, and attract their dream clients. So this is right on brand with all of the conversations that we've been having today. I found hit and miss with templates, so I'm really excited that you're here. So how do you help me? I mean, I stand out pretty well, but how do you help me stand out using templates?
Yeah, so my templates are built around the strategy that you want people to get to their end goal as quickly as possible. So I don't have a lot of bells and whistles with the templates. They're really built around just getting people from A to B quickly. And so that's how I help people stand out in the online space, is just by getting their message across quickly and clearly.
That's wonderful. So like, it's not like when I want a recipe and I go on the internet and they've got like a 4-hour-long story and all I want is the ingredients.
Right.
I feel like we can all relate to that.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to have to work hard to get the thing that you really want. So, everybody's time is valuable. So I try and respect that as much as possible, and make sure that we can just get something quickly and easily.
Okay, so as a brand designer, how much does it make you groan when people buy Canva templates and then only change the color and then everyone has the exact same marketing? Okay, that's just me. I get really
how much does it make?
Just make you like sad? Like you're just like, oh. Why? Your page looks like everyone else's page. Why do I want to work with you?
Yeah. Well, I do use a lot of customization with that. So you can actually get like color palettes that go with it and actually change it quite a bit. So it just helps people have that unique look and feel. And so that any template can look different to someone else's. And people do like to get creative. They like to have their own personal stamp. So
but it takes like the overwhelm out of having to create something.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes away the guesswork.
Okay. So What would you say is one of the most common templates that, like, what's your best seller in, or what is the most helpful?
Yeah, so the most helpful has been the sales page templates, because often when you're launching something new, you don't want to have to build out an entire website. You just want to have your sales page ready to go and validate that offer. So that's something that's been really helpful for people, just to get started and take that first step, because that can often be the hardest part, is just taking that, getting over that first hurdle when you're launching something new. So that one, and the price guide as well, because some
Price
people
guide. I don't even have one.
Yeah, well, it depends on your model of business, but having,
No, it's helpful. You just have to whip one up every time a client wants a thing.
Yeah, it's helpful. Yeah, certain service providers find that one really helpful.
Yeah. And how can templates attract dream clients? Because that's what everyone's here for. We postured this summit as a list building and audience growth thing. So how can having branding that looks and feels like me attract my dream client?
Yeah, so it's really about building that trust. So someone really needs to have a huge amount of trust very, very quickly to invest with us, whether it's even just giving out over an email address, right? You need to have that initial sense of trust. And often it's really subliminal. Like, we're not really thinking logically about all of the things that go into, why do I trust this person? So just some simple design elements just really help people to go, yeah, this person is professional. I can trust them. They know what they're doing. And having that in place is one little step towards converting a client a little bit easier.
I definitely resisted branding and templates for a really long time because I grew up in the 90s, and we're like, hipsters are a thing, and we don't want to do anything that everyone else is doing, except we do everything that everyone else is doing. But it took me a long time to realize that, like, I wouldn't buy from someone who has an inconsistent online presence. So why am I expecting other people to buy from that? Like, I wouldn't buy from someone who has like photos of their product and you can't really see what it is, or there's like, you don't get a sense for who they are and what they stand for within the first couple of scrolls on their Instagram feed or within the first few minutes of their webpage. And like, I don't think we all need to have like this glorious, like, you don't have to have Sophie's website. She's a technological genius, okay? But we do need to have something that gives that sense of trust. So for the folks who are like just starting and maybe they don't have a website, or maybe they find that like they're posting and posting and posting and they're not getting like consistency, how can working with you help them with that?
Yeah, so it's about working out what their dream client really needs from them right now, and what kind of look and feel would make them take an action. So maybe they want to feel calm, maybe they want to feel excited, maybe they want to feel optimistic about this next level of business. So if you can bring in just a few simple elements like colors, or some really nice imagery that portrays that, that goes a long way to really helping people take that next step.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the difference between a bold, chunky font versus like the frilly. I mean, I like them both. I'm not knocking anything, everyone. But like, I wouldn't, like, I just did a challenge in my group that was like called What If? And it's like dealing with all the what ifs, the anxiety. Like, what if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? And I used a font that, you know, is a little spindly because it's not very strong. The what if is very whatever, and it evokes a certain feeling. And I didn't put like unicorns and bubbles like we did with this summit, because that's not the emotion we were going for. But if I did, folks would have been confused, right? They would have come in bed thinking it was like a dream casting seminar, and we get in and we're just talking about all of our anxiety.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's sort of what our perception isn't always our dream clients, and their perception is their reality. So even though these little elements might seem a bit like, oh, fonts, like that's a bit silly or whatever, like it does actually make a huge difference, especially when you're trying to communicate something non-verbally. So, you know, someone's scrolling an Instagram page or a sales page or something like that, there's a lot they're going to pick up like in a second that you want to kind of communicate as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, what is, I lost my thought, Sophie, gosh, I lost it. Okay, whatever, moving on. Live TV, friends. Tell us a little bit about your freebie and who it's for. Like, if someone doesn't know what their business is, it might not work for them. Or, you know, like we have all range of folks here. We have some folks who are like, I really want to help people with this, or I do this and I want to turn it into a business. And then we have folks who are like been in it for a while but are kind of stalled. Tell us a little bit about your freebie.
Yeah, so it's for people that you can be either in either camp. So it's whether it's just about getting to that next level and attracting more of the right people. So it takes you through a few steps to just audit your own brand and get clear on what you need to do. Simple little tips that you can do to attract more people and get that right emotion across.
Sweet. I love a good brand audit.
Yeah.
I love when people are like, this is a great part of your personality, but what does it have to do with your brand? And I'm like, what? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's an easy thing because we can kind of go both ways. We can go, I want to make it all about my identity and really have that uniqueness. Or you can sort of make it all about someone else and not have any kind of uniqueness to it. So it's about bringing those two elements together to have something that's effective but also unique to you.
That sounds beautiful. Anyone watching have any questions for Marielle? Sophie, do you have questions? This is like right up your alley because Sophie's just reconsidering branding and brand vibe. So
yes,
maybe you could get some hot seat help right now.
My year to rebrand, and one of my biggest problems is color. Okay, so I get bored with everything really easily, and color is the exact same thing. And then I will look at my brand and I'll be like, oh, well, okay, that was fun like 2 months ago, but I'm over it. So that has been my biggest problem with rebranding.
Yeah, and I'm the same. I get bored with my own brand. I'm like, do I take a whole new direction or not? But I think as long as the overall look and feel is solid and you know what the strategy is, it doesn't matter if those little elements change a little bit. You can play with that as you go along. As long as you know, okay, well, I want my audience to feel this. I want them to think this about me. It doesn't matter that much. It's more about having that brand foundation.
I love that the framing it and like, what do you want your audience to feel when they see your page? When I first started out, I would just use my favorite colors. And then I was like, well, this isn't attracting any consistent people. And then when I started reframing it, like you said, into like, what do you want people to experience when they come in contact with your brand? What feelings do you want them to have? How do you want them to be inspired? Those are beautiful things that I think sometimes we don't think about in this brand strategy side of things. Sophie, what do you want people to feel when they find your stuff?
Excitement, obviously. Excitement for sure. 1,000% excitement. Now we're talking as to what's going on if your website is not converting. I would love if you're okay with it. Can we touch on when is it a good time for you to have a website? I feel that this is something that's a little bit icky, a little bit scary to, go in and have a website, because I think the number one problem is we feel like we need like 1,000-page website just to get it started. But when do you feel is the best time to jump in and get a website going into your business?
Yeah, so I think it's when you're having multiple sources of traffic. So you can get away with one sales page or an opt-in page for a little while, but once you have a few different things going on and you want one online home, that's a really, really good time to have a website. Another time is when you're starting to get that referral traffic. So people are going to be referring you, and you really need a solid place to send people. So they might want to go read your blog articles and get to know you. They might want to have a look at more about who you are. Those are some scenarios that are a really good time to start building out your website. And this can feel really overwhelming. So you can just start with one page. Just start with like your home page or your sales page and build it out over time. But start to have something that you can have as your online home. That's really, really important.
I'm signing up for the freebie right now.
Yay!
I'm really great at doing other people's like branding and not as great at doing my own because I'm like, ugh. So I'm really excited to dive in onto that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's such a personal thing, right? Like it's so hard to do your own brand. Totally agree. But yeah, yay.
Well, thank you so much for being here, for your generosity, your time, your knowledge, and of course, your free gift. The replay will be available all of week, so people may reach out. You can post on this video, the Facebook group. Reach out to Marielle directly if you have questions.
Thank you.
You can find all the links and information on the landing page. If we find a comment that is meant for you and it landed in the wrong spot, we will forward it to you, Marielle. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Lovely to chat
to you. It was so nice to have you. Awesome.
Sophie, you forgot something.
Did I forget?
Yes. So you introduced me.
Oh, yeah.
And I talked about my magic.
Oh,
and you skipped right along into solving people's problems. So we're going to take 5 or 10 minutes because I know we talked about the hub a lot. It's fine, whatever. But Sophie is more than Sophie's platform. Yes, does she want every single person ever in the history of ever to use the VIP hub if it fits with their business model? Of course. Yes. Is she also a realist and knows that some people will be like, what? What the what? This is terrifying. Also, yes, there is a hub school. But here, I need to tell you that Sophie and I met when we were both moonlighting in an MLM that we didn't like, but it gave us what we needed in our life. The way that we found each other is we were the 2 Canadians who wouldn't have a team during a challenge. And our team won. Most of us were new. Most of us didn't know what we were doing, but our winning personalities, obviously, we won. And then Sophie and I just became friends. And every time Sophie was doing a thing or I was doing a thing, we would support each other because we made a connection. And then we both started doing our own businesses kind of without telling the other one what it was.
Yeah.
Because we got icky feelings from MLM non-consensual cold sales calls. You'll never get a cold sale from either one of us. We hate them. They're gross. Yep. Okay. So fast forward to Sophie starting the hub and me being like, oh my God, okay, I have so much to give and none of it is money. Help me. And then I found the hub. Sophie got me set up. I started learning the things. And then I started helping Sophie because of who I am. And Sophie started helping me. And we came up with the summit. That is the short story version. Okay. So Sophie and I live too far away from each other. It's actually a hate crime, in my opinion, that we live so far away from each other. But Sophie is very gifted at seeing the spaghetti of mess and being able to pull the thread that's making the problem and automating it so you never have to deal with it again. To the point where if the hub doesn't have a feature, we can send her a question and her wicked awesome tech elf, aka the husband, will fix it. Like, so Sophie, please talk to us a little bit about the freedom that can come, regardless of the stage of your business in, from building an email list through automation, because I did not recognize the value at all. Especially with like social media, with everything that's going on with Twitter, and whether or not Facebook and Instagram, whatever, if your entire business is on social media, that's a problem. Why?
Well, it's actually a lot of problem depending on the person. So I don't know if anybody has looked at any of my social media, but it's sort of like half dead. And you know what's great, Cheryl, is that it means nothing about my business, because my email list is thriving, but my email list is what makes me happy. And social media is a place that kind of makes me want to die a little bit. It does not make me happy. It does not bring me joy. And so that's my problem number one.
So you Marie Kondo'd that shit out of your life. I got you.
Yeah, right? So it's to find the business model that fits you. Now, social media is great, and social media can do lots of amazing things for a lot of amazing people. But what happens when the platform changes direction? You have to relearn how to market your entire business. You lose access to your account just randomly one day just because. You get cloned by some weird ass people online.
Or they start scamming all your customers and taking all their money. Yeah.
Yes, which is not something that feels good. But also, what do you do when you no longer have access to that? Well, you need to have something in your life that you own, and that is your email list. Now, you don't own the people per se, right? They can leave as they wish. They can, but they're there with a choice. They're there with the understanding that you will. Yes. They're into your email list with the idea, with the consent, with the knowledge, with the expectation that you are going to sell to them. Now, building an email list to me is freedom. Is the you all have this like magical unicorn business where you're barely working into your business, and that is your email list. As if you can have constant flow of people into your email list and automate, which we're going to talk in a second. If you can have that into your business, selling is a breeze. Business is a breeze. You no longer have to wake up one day and be like, oh my gosh, how am I going to make money today? Or, oh my gosh, who do I have to follow up with? Or all of the icky stuff.
Teaching me how to build an email list. Sophie taught me how to build an email list in a way that didn't feel gross to me. Okay, it didn't feel scammy. It didn't feel markety. I was giving clients that I wanted to work with something that they needed or wanted or that made them smile. And I went from making no money for the first like 4 months of the year to getting a little bit to a lot of it of money deposited in my bank account every single day without doing extra work and without having to be glued to my phone all of the time. And it's given me, like, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm more fun now than I was in January. Right?
I think so. Yeah.
Like I have more energy. I have more capacity to take on more clients because I'm not spending, 7 hours or more a day on the internet, right? So the email list is freedom. It really, really is.
It is. It is absolute freedom into your business, and it's how you build a sustainable business. Because yes, absolutely, if you are at the bottom of the ladder, which is a beautiful place to be. Don't get me wrong, and I'm so proud that you are here, but you are working harder. There is a few extra things that you need to figure out right now, and getting your first client is hard AF, okay?
It's harder to get your first 10 than your first 100. It's way harder to get your first 10 than your first 100.
Don't let anybody tell you different. It is not easy. But having this tool to build your email list is key to long-term success. Now,
so I don't like math, but can you just give us a little bit of math on the email list?
I was just about to nerd out on the numbers. Okay. So now things have different conversion rate And we are just talking basic bitch math here. Yours can be better. My conversion is better because you get to look at the numbers and always improve on them. But basic bitch numbers, okay? All right. So I want to have a $40,000 launch. Okay, whenever that is.
Would be great.
March.
That's more than my wife makes in a year. Let's go with
Okay,
that number.
so let's say I want to have a $40,000 launch because people will go and have this much for a launch and have this, but they're not being realistic how long. How much
they're not telling you how long it took them and how many emails they sent and whatever. Anyway.
Exactly. So I want to have a $40,000 launch. Does that speak to anybody that's listening? Is that like something that you want to do? $40,000 launch. All right. So I know that when my offer comes out, I know that 2% of my email list is going to open and 50%, let's say I'm throwing like a challenge to get this started, 50% are going to register. So let's put those numbers aside. That's a very low number, but you need to understand this number to be able to grow your business and have a successful launch. All right, let's go back to the numbers. So I'm going to use my calculator because counting's hard. So I want to have a $40,000 launch. All right, Cheryl, how much is your offer?
The one that's coming out?
Maybe.
Okay, so let's use the one that's happening right now that everyone's seeing. So
perfect.
The offer on the high end is $2,200.
Okay, so in order to crush your goal, you need to sell 18.1. So we want to crush goals. We don't want to do this half-fast. So I'm going to go with 19 because 0.1 of a person is just not a thing. Okay, so you need to sell to 19 people. Okay, so we got that. Now, okay.
I only had 98 people on my email list, so this launch is unlikely to be my $40,000 launch.
It is not, but often people have false expectation from advertisements and coaches promising the world. She's totally cool. I am down to earth, no bullshit, and we'll tell you how it is. And we'll tell you your launch is not going to happen with your numbers. The goal is to really crush it, okay? All right, so 19 sales. If your conversion to sales were going to be sales calls to crush it, not just like half-fast it and maybe reach it, you need to book, you ready?
Yeah.
You need to book 190 sales calls.
I don't even have that kind of time.
Who puked a little bit into their mouth. So you need to book one person into your high ticket offer, though the amount of money does not typically matter. You need to book 10 sales calls. Some people are going to be ready. Some people are not ready. Some people doesn't have the money. Some people will be ready later. And yes, there's a huge compound effect here, but you need to book 190 sales calls to crush your goal. So if you just puked into your mouth a little bit, you're probably a little bit like me, thinking I do not have time in my life for this amount of sales calls. Don't get me wrong. If you are just starting, this might be the strategy that is right for you, and that is amazing.
Absolutely. Like if you have 0 clients coming in, the sales call is the way to go.
Exactly. So now let's just take, okay, I have an email list. Well, what's the difference? So, okay, I'm writing down my math here. Okay. So I know that I need 19 sales. So I'm going to write down 19. We're going to nerd out some math. Okay, so I know that 5% of my list are going to purchase. So if I just do like a triangle math here.
I'm so glad you exist with the math because I'm like, I believe the math. I don't know how to do it.
Right? That's okay. That's okay. All right. So I need to book 19 sales. And I know that 5% of my list are going to purchase. So who can tell me how many people I need on my email list? If 19 is 5%.
I don't know how to do the math. I was like gonna bring up my calculator and I'm like, I don't know how to do this math. It's a few.
It's a few, right?
Yeah. What's the
Maybe
number?
I'll post like down how to do the math. All right, so you'll
just
need,
add that into the Facebook group.
okay, we can do like the little math. I usually have like a little tablet to,
You can like write it on a paper and just take a photo, old school.
right? Okay. So the reality of 19 sales. So if 19 was just 5% of your email list, this is,
It's like
I know,
2,000 or
I
something.
know. Oh, you're gonna need more than 200.
I said 1,000, 2,000. Like 2,000.
Okay, you need less. Okay, you need less. Realistically, you need 400 people onto your email list.
Okay.
How does that feel?
Not impossible?
And better than 190 sales calls?
Yes, much better than 100.
Okay, so the
especially
reality,
if I learn how to do the quiz thing from earlier.
yes. Okay, so this is basic math, right? And we all think that we need 1 million people to our email list in order to crush the launches and all of that good stuff. But it's a matter of how much you want to make, how many sales you need to make according to what you have, and having 400 of the perfect people into your email list. If they want nothing to do with your offer, need I say more? But if you have the right people into your email list, an awesome launch sequence, email sequence, which should be nothing less than 2 weeks if you're actually launching, has the potential to bring you that $40,000. Okay, so now you're like, Cheryl's like, okay, well, I have 19 people on my list. How do I get to 400? That is the question that you need to ask, because this is how you decide, what am I doing right now to crush my launch in X many weeks, in X many months? Otherwise, you have a failed plan. It's not going to work because you're not going to have the people.
And it's not all the reasons we tell ourselves. Like the reason I'm not selling whatever offer is not because I'm not gifted. It's not because I'm not skilled. It's not because I'm not working hard enough. It's not because my website is ugly. Half the time, Sophie and I don't even use a web page. We send an email to our email list. It's very beautiful. It's very funny. It's very us. And then it just has the link to either a form if we need more information or the payment window. We don't even use the website because they already know us. They already trust us. They already like us.
There's no need. So how do you build your list? Well, you need first of all to decide what strategy works for you. So I'm going to blurb out a whole lot. You need one strategy that you can work on every single day to crush your goal. So first off, you need a very seriously epic freebie, a lead magnet. What are you giving me to convince me to put my email address down for you? Now, you need to be the unicorn in all of the horses. You need to pop out of the noise of the online world. You can't just be like this black and brown, non-color, non-original. You need to pop.
You're not a Pinto. You're a unicorn.
Thank you for the
I
word.
got you.
Okay, so you need something that's going to pop. And you need something that people actually want. You need to get out of the mindset, but I did this and it's worth so much. I do not care. You need to lead with so much value.
Yeah, if you don't know what Sophie's lead magnet is right now, you're gonna poop your pants when she gets there.
Yeah, I'm slightly insane, but I can work you guys through my math and through my thinking process. But you need to lead with value in order to grow really fast. And honestly, I'm really obsessed. I'm not kidding when I'm obsessed with the quiz. So stay tuned for what's coming out because I am working on it. It's going to be epic and I am excited. But lead with value. If you are sitting at home and you're like, I really don't know what people want, start asking questions, start paying attention, pop into Facebook group and see what are people, grabbing, what are people that are in your industry giving that is working and converting really well. Ask the question. Okay, magic ball is broken, it does not work. Ask the question. Whoop. I have 3 alarms to remind me to pick up my son at the bus. Or my husband.
Good job. Proud of you.
I need 3. Okay, sidetrack. You need that epic lead magnet, period. Now, once you have that lead magnet, you need a sequence. A sequence that is designed to sell. You don't want them to just hop on your list and then, okay, we talked about life happening, and then it takes you a few weeks before you drop back into your business. You need a sequence that is meant to sell. We're not going to talk about this today because I know that we have, I believe, 1 or 2 interviews that we have already done that's available to you on our page. So go check those out. And we're not going to.
And I think there's even a downloadable freebie for a sequence. So there's literally no excuse. We have got all of the speakers and the freebies and the offers to get you successfully set up for 2023 if you just show up and do it.
Yes. So take the time, slow down, get that unicorn out of all the horses out of the world, right? That made no sense, but you all got me. Get that sequence done. So I believe Liz Wilcox and Kristen Miller talked about that sequence a little bit, and you'll understand why. If you don't have one of those, you're basically putting all of your money you're throwing it into the garbage. Okay, so it's really, really important that you go and check out those interviews. And then you're going to get it out into the world. And how do you do that? Well, if you're at the beginning of your business, maybe you decide that you're going to use the Facebook group as a tool because it is completely free. And you're going to go onto Facebook and you're going to go into Facebook groups that allows you to share that value. Again, always lead the value. And you're going to post daily into those Facebook groups. Not always grab my Phoebe. You're going to post value. You're going to post entertainment posts. So those are the posts where
comment on other people's posts.
You're going to engage. So the entertainment post is like, oh my gosh, all I can think of right now is like, hey, put a gift below if you agree with XYZ, because gifts are exciting and gifts are life. But what happens is that everybody that starts engaging with you, once you get to post your post with your magical freebie, they will see it. The algorithm is going to start working with it. Now, don't do this just one and be like, oh my gosh, nobody took my freebie. Do it for a few weeks every single day, and you're going to start to grow and grow and grow. And that one strategy can get you those 400 to 600 to 1,000, if not more, leads that you need in order to launch successfully. So that alone. Now, of course, you can post it on your Facebook page, your Instagram. You can create 30 reels, 30 short videos, TikTok, short videos for YouTube, Pinterest, all that good stuff. The short videos, we know what I'm talking about, right? You can create those if that's a strategy that you want to go with. It's never something that I have personally been successful with, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't work for Cheryl or it doesn't work for someone else, right? So right there, those are 2 strategies. My third strategy, if you're just starting out, is to pitch yourself to others. Go collaborate and use other people's audience, which is a
collaboration is key.
Right? I want you to use collaboration as a way to explode your reach. You can go collaborate in Facebook groups. You can say, hey, I would love to talk about X, Y, Z. So you'll be able to access one of my paid courses, which is called The Perfect Pitch, where you can design your talk. What makes you special? What will make everybody want to talk to you, and then pitch yourself. Okay,
that's
so you're
beautiful.
Going to pitch yourself to podcast. You're going to pitch yourself to YouTube, and if you're in the VIP hub, I have an automation for that, so it's actually not a lot of work. because we've automated the entire process. And then that alone can bring you 200 to 400 to 600 new leads before your launch. So those are my, let's call it like the basic bitch ones. So when you're just starting out, choose one. You don't have to do all three. One at a time is key. You can go so far if you just do one thing at a time. Don't be Sophie. It does not work. I've tried it.
So like to revisit what we were talking about earlier with the physical product moving to the online, Facebook is probably the method that Kaylee uses, Facebook or Instagram, to connect with buyers and to post market events and stuff. So if that was to funnel into a Facebook group, and then you get your email list freebie opt-in thing, in a physical product world, it would be something like these simple hacks for whatever the thing is. So like with salt scrubs, it's like how to prevent dry skin and promote blah, 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 whatever it is that your product does. You can say all the things in there, and then folks can be empowered to purchase from you or wait for some more tips, right? Because you always have someone who's like, what do I even use a salt scrub for, right? So like Facebook groups work for the people who work them, or for the people who don't have shiny object syndrome, which Sophie just has too much going on. So Facebook groups don't work for her consistently. It's not your problem. It's the way your brain works.
Yeah, you can grow your email list. You can grow a Facebook group just by saying, if you opt in here, you get 20% off of your next order.
I have it as discoverable. My Facebook group is discoverable, so anyone can find it. But in order to join, you have to put your email in.
Here you go. So now if we go into strategies that are a little bit more advanced, but I do suggest you only take one of these if you have not started your email list. Pick from this level, okay? And then we go up a little bit because maybe you're ready for that, right? There are Pinterest strategies where you are able to put things on Pinterest where things don't die after like a day, or if you're live reels, they die after like 2 minutes. So Pinterest is an awesome strategy, and I believe we have 1 or 2 speakers that we have interviewed on.
Yeah, there's like a couple of Pinterest experts that we have, and I'm definitely going to opt into their freebies.
Pinterest is an amazing tool for you to be able to. It's like an extension of your content, right? So typically you need a website, that type of stuff for it to work perfectly, which is why I don't say that it's one of your beginning strategies. Now there's also evergreen content. So Pinterest being an extension of your content, think of evergreen content as a podcast, as a blog, and as YouTube, as the content that never dies. The content can be Googled, and the content that is almost all the time always relevant and can be reshared and reshared and reshared. So that is evergreen content. So evergreen content is key, again, to building your email list on a long-term basis and for leads to always trickle or flood into your world, which is amazing. And then there are launch type events. Hello, welcome to a summit. A summit is like a big wedding, the big show. Where
you asked me when we were making this, okay, Cheryl, what are you going to launch? And I wasn't even professionally copywriting. I was just writing for my friends when they had too much on their plate. And then I was like, oh, well, I really enjoy helping and supporting people this way. What if instead of using it for my coaching business, it's for writing? And Sophie's like, yes. And then I started a whole new business, which blows my mind. It's amazing and awesome. But having a purpose to the summit helped us to choose which speakers we would invite. It helped us to choose how we would automate it, how we would sell it, how we would promote it. And honestly, even though it was a lot of work, especially for Sophie,
I can do this in my sleep. I'm good.
Yeah. She's done like 400 million summits. But even though it was a lot of work, it was fun the whole time. because we had a purpose and we weren't like, is this going to work? No, it works. The math supports that it works. What is the purpose? To build an audience and to support business people. And that's what I believe we've accomplished that very well. So what are some other purposes that people might use? A lead magnet, a summit. There's some other things that I know that you've done, like a specific nurture sequence or whatever. Yeah, because the purpose is key, I think. The reason our stuff doesn't convert is because our audience is confused, because we are.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna, it's my second alarm. Hold on.
I love that one.
YouTube is not kicking out.
Do you have to leave, or do you have to like?
Oh,
are you on pickup duty? Okay, the husband.
No, we're good.
Thanks,
and
husband.
We don't have to leave until for another 10 minutes. I just have a lot of alarms. Okay, listen. There needs to be a purpose for everything, and I know that sometimes we just want a business and we just want to get started, and we're told done is better than perfect. I'm not disagreeing with this statement. Being a perfectionist can really slow down your progress, but I truly believe that there's always need to be a purpose behind what you're doing. Listen, if you don't know what it is, it's going nowhere, and it's a waste of your time, it's a waste of your money, it's a waste of your resources. If you don't know where you're going, if you don't know where you park the car, you can't find it. Well, that's my life. Anyways, if you don't know where you're going, I get lost everywhere. Again, I need directions into my life. But it's the same thing in business. If you don't know where you're going, if you don't know what you're selling, if you don't know who you're selling it to, you're wasting your time, you're wasting your money. And I cannot stress this enough. Grab a bestie, hop on a call, talk to someone, but until you figure out who you serve, where you're going, what you're selling, I highly recommend not to stop, but take a quick pause, slow down, figure it out, because you can explode your business with a few strategies if you know where you're going.
Absolutely.
So if you're feeling confused right now, which part of this are you missing?
If we go back to what Ariel had us do, or we go back to what Brooke had, the reason I invited, and then there's another one, one of our experts, Amy, has like an amazing exercise. There's a reason I invited people who do a nervous system de-escalation, because it's high stakes when you're an entrepreneur. It's high stakes. Even if you have a supportive spouse, even if you have a nest egg, it's still high stakes, because it's literally you and your ideas out there. So if you start to freak out when you think of strategy and you think of where you're started versus where you want to go back to those videos. And like, once these replays are live, go back and do some of those techniques so that you can bring down the anxiety and be a little clear and focus on your next best step. Vision boards and game plans are wonderful. You do need to know where you're going, okay? But you also need to live where you are. And I think that Sophie and the VIP Hub specifically does a really excellent job with this. And what happens is, like, I signed up Ariel as an affiliate. Like, she came through me and she got in on the Black Friday deal. So she got 30 days free, and it's overwhelming because we see the whole system and we're like, oh my God, I did the same thing too. But I have all these skills that Sophie's talking about right now that I was able to go, okay, but what do I need right now? Well, right now I need a page that says who I am, what I do, and how you can contact me. That's all you need to get started. And then you're capturing emails with consent, and then you're starting your list. You can have a landing page that says coming soon with your bio, and then join my mailing list to get early access. You don't even have to explain your offer. Like, we overthink it so much when we're starting. So I'm really glad that you said it all depends on where you're at right now.
It does. It really does. Now let's talk about how are we going into 2023. We are going in by looking at the big picture and breaking it down. So if you feel like, okay, right now, I don't know who I market to, I don't really know what I'm going. Market research, get clear. right? If you're okay, I have an offer, I have a lead magnet. I don't know if it converts yet because I haven't really put it out there. I'm going to choose this strategy and I'm going on. I'm babysitting my.
This is live TV, folks.
You're picking up the baby. Love you. So where was I? Yes. Pick the strategy that works for you and one step at a time, right? You can't go onto Pinterest if you don't have a website, a blog, or content yet, or if you don't even know who you really are as an entrepreneur and into the online space. Take it once. Now the cats and dog are fighting. Come on.
Real life.
Come here, tiny person. Regardless, pick the strategy that works for you. Give yourself time to do it. So ask yourself 2 questions every single day. Ask yourself, how am I making money this month? Right? How am I making money right now? If you don't know, the money's not coming. It's not magical. How am I making money this month? And how am I building a sustainable business? A long-term business? My 3 months goal? How am I working right now on my 6 months goal? So forth and so on. You need to work on both if you want to get out of that entrepreneur where it's too busy and you don't know where you're going.
Yeah.
So I talked a lot. I have 3 gifts for everybody, which you can find on this page here. Well, there's one. Yeah, I think so anyways. Could be wrong.
If not, one of the gifts is her presence. You're welcome.
Oh my God. Okay, so you can have your summit swipe files if you feel like maybe making a summit is something that, seems interesting for you. But what is awesome about the summit swipe files is that it is something that you can repurpose for any event. It works for absolutely anything. It could work for a masterclass, a challenge. They're exciting. I invite you to personalize them as much as you can. I also have the perfect pitch, which is a course where you learn how to create your perfect pitch. What is that? It is the interview that you get to be known for, that you will be asking you to come and speak on their podcast, speak on our summit. I want to teach you a step-by-step process, which is also going to really help you in terms of your avatar and every single launches that you have into your entire life. Then I'm going to teach you how to pitch yourself. So this is participating in summits, in collaboration, being seen without having to do all of the work. So you're getting out there, but you're not being lost into the tech. And then lastly, I am giving you my entire summit course for absolutely free. Yeah. You're awesome. For absolutely free. So I love summits. I've been behind the scene on 60 plus summits at this point. I honestly don't know. And I want to share with you a completely different way of doing a summit. A summit's a summit, okay? It doesn't really matter how you do it, but I'm going to show you how you can save over 60 hours, if not so much more. I'm going to show you how you can think outside the box.
Ariel, woohoo!
I'm going to show you how you can think outside the box. And if you have like this brilliant vision in the shower, we're going to make it happen. You don't have to fit into the box that I'm giving you. And I'm also, wait for it, we're going to take a completely different approach. I'm not going to teach you how to do a summit. I'm going to show you how to do a summit. We're going to do every single step together. And if you're a lucky duck enough to be in the VIP hub, you of course get all the templates. We can just transfer to your account, and you start with a summit that is already built into your account, so you can save even more time. So 2023 is my year where I ditch coaching and I put it into the garbage, and we're going to take a very visual approach to how we do things online, because hearing it still feels icky, still feels overwhelmed. I know for me. So I'm sure that if I feel this way, there's some people that feels like that
The
too.
beautiful thing about you ditching coaching so that you can support people this way. Okay, this is why I'm bringing attention to this. It's not because Sophie isn't an excellent coach. Sophie is an excellent coach. She also doesn't have time, and that's not where her passion lies. Her passion lies in supporting entrepreneurs to stand on their own 2 feet and be successful. And she can't do that if they're always coming to her in the DMs, in the things like, and it's not bad, okay? They see the value in her, and so they want it. but that's not the vision she has for her life. And by doing this, this is some reverse engineering. It's the whole topic of today is finding out who your ideal clients are and then delivering to them again and again and again in value. Sophie's ideal clients take responsibility for their life, are willing to get out of their comfort zone and ask for help when they need it after already trying on their own. Okay, those are Sophie's ideal clients. They're people who try and then go, I think I missed a step. Sophie, help me. Those are Sophie's ideal clients. And this summit school has the people who have the knowledge, they have the know-how, they have a gift, something. They maybe don't have a list, or they maybe are afraid of technology. My favorite thing about the VIP Hub is once it's set up with the basic backend stuff, it's really actually quite easy to learn it. It actually is quite easy to learn it. And there's a video for every single question you could possibly have.
Every piece of technology that you're going to be on is overwhelming. So please know that I acknowledge that, but it's true for me. Something that I have realized for myself is that coaching makes me exhausted at the end of the day. It's not that I can't do it, is that I choose not to, or in different doses, in different ways, in ways that will keep me as the perky self and happy self and keep my energy up high.
Like a summit.
Which is key. Yeah, which is key. For me, a summit is awesome. I love chatting with people. I love the tech. I love building it. For me, it's good. But if for you, you've never touched a piece of technology, you've never opened a Facebook group, you've never been onto, you don't have a business yet, please don't. This is not where we start.
No,
And
you might want to
okay.
be invited to speak at someone's summit, but you should not be hosting one if you don't have clients yet.
1000%. And you will hear me say that over and over into the chorus. And how do we do a summit where we are so successful? We're going to get through all of that, but we are going to do every single step together. I'm literally like, if we have to go find speakers, we're going to find them together. I'm going to show you how we find that information, how I save 60 hours. If you're in the VIP Hub, you have all of my automation, obviously. And it's going to be really, really epic, but you're also able to repurpose this course in so many other ways. You know, a summit is an event. It can be a challenge. It can be a masterclass. It can be a live collaboration. It can be a bundle. It can be whatever you want it to be. You are driving this bus. So I'm really excited.
And then you have all the content to repurpose and have, like, if you like this summit, Sophie and I, if we wanted to, we think more in like 3-month chunks, but some people, they think of the whole year, and that's really fine. If we wanted to, after this summit, we could both have content scheduled into our Facebook, into our Instagram, onto our blogs, in our newsletter, in our emails, just a couple of weeks of work, and I'll have the whole year automated, aside from when I feel inspired. Like,
right? It's okay.
It's
to
amazing.
Not feel inspired
and we
sometimes.
already did the work. We just have to format it now. I was just like,
Yeah. Right? Nobody is inspired 100% of the time. It's just not a thing. So be okay. Be okay if you're not inspired for a little bit. Take a break. And that is okay. Oh my gosh, what a conversation.
So Sophie, how long do folks have to opt in to the freebies? When do they close?
It's awesome. Okay, so my swipe file is totally free. It's on my website. The Pitch Perfect is available until Friday. And everybody is ready for like bomb drop. I will say this again. I am a no bullshit type of person. My summit course is currently free for a long time. And I don't know when I'm going to stop. My summit is my very high lead magnet, high value lead magnet in 2023. It is my way to build 20K plus list in 2 to 3 months. I lead always with value, because where I thrive is helping you behind the scene with your tech, making you a tech genius. I can talk about summits all day long. I could coach summits. I can throw summits for anybody and their dog. But that's
Literally,
not what I
there's
wanted
a
to do
dog
this
with
year.
you right now.
No. My pants
Does
are
anyone
so
have
big.
any questions for Sophie before we wrap this bitch up in wrapping paper? I can't feel my butt anymore.
I love you. Right? Okay, it's been like 4 and some hours. 4 hours and 14 minutes. So for the people that are here, I'm gonna just say thank you. I love you. If you're watching the replay, say hi in the comments. Let us know what you thought. Let us know if you have any questions. We don't bite, I swear, and we will answer every single one question. If you can have the guts to ask, I will answer it.
Ooh, I have a question.
Yeah.
So because we're fast talkers, the VIP folks, they get the transcripts, correct?
Yes. Oh, so welcome.
So you don't have to try and like slow it down and listen to everything we say. And I promise I will edit them before we send them to you. So when Sophie uses like 2 sentences in a row of made up words, I'll fix that.
It's a superpower. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I am so honored that I got to spend the day with everyone. I hope that you found this series seriously motivating and you are ready to take action on something that happened today. And I love you all. And I can't wait. Yeah.
Last before least, please remember to name every single tool that every single video said, and I will gift the first person who gets it right, which means I have to go and look it up because I don't know. I was
gonna say I didn't keep track.
3 pages of done for you content,
which is seriously epic. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in to the pregame summit. I hope that you enjoyed those interviews, those bundle, and it has been a pleasure to be here.